This will be episode 174, cycle 2923 and onward. Today is debug day. Mostly, frame rate has reached a point of no return to an extent. So we will be... I should say this. This episode will be long. This episode will be going up onto YouTube. And we will be going into debug mode. I have made a backup save in my Google Drive. It's available in my Discord for anyone that's inclined. So, small little plug there, but there is that. And it'll be before the debug period. So, cycle 2923. But for today, we will be doing debug mode. Unless I just immediately start that up. And we can finally get a full overview of every single base. All of its laggy glory. I have so many micro mixed gases that are causing problems. Even with CO2, I'm like, in all honesty, I'm pretty sure if I really microtized the base rather than building fluidly, we would have a better option. But seeing we normally build our base fluid here, most of the smaller little tidbits get stuck. Temperature-wise, here's the entire base with a complete overview. Very clean, besides obviously the nuclear reactor, so to speak, being the hottest area in the entire base. All that, and obviously space. But yes, today we need to actually start cleaning up most of the gases. We will be vacuuming it all out, so we won't be adding anything else. I prefer not to use debug unless we're dealing with glitches, and some of the gases have been left over due to actual bugs. There's really nothing I can do about it. Like this one, for instance, there is a 96C nuclear fallout. Condensation point 66.9. Environment 47 here, and carbon dioxide there, and a vacuum tile here. I still don't know how this happens. You can just see how it flips between them. Weirdness aside, thankfully that's only taking up a single game tick, so it's not actually that bad. We will be removing all of the mixed gases to the best of my abilities. Preferably not putting a hole in things would be best. So today will be a lot of me clicking on the map and cleaning up, well, everything. We'll start with mixed gases, we'll go through fluids, we'll double check everything and make sure there's nothing really state changing that's causing any sort of major primary lag issues. I think most gases that are stuck like this, there's no real interaction. If the tile isn't moving, it's safe. But if it is moving, that's where you're starting to see problems. So we'll just be removing materials rather than replacing them or anything like that. I would prefer not to have to do this, but I need to make sure that I can clean up the actual frame rate so we can actually make some progress here and finish off the playthrough tonight. Should probably refill with oxygen when cleared. Gas is ready, that's only that. This is one of the weird ones. There's nuclear fallout here, 76 degrees. Yeah, it's so weird. We've had instances where we had we had it in gaseous form well below the normal temperature. Thankfully that one is in range. Let's just that. else should be already condensed. Oh, nope. One tile there. I think everything else on that side of the map has been cleaned already using equipment. There, that's all vacuumed. The rest of the CO2 is fine. So it's going to be mixed. That one there. So much. There's so many little bits and bobs of gases that have inadvertently gotten themselves stuck in places they shouldn't. That's caused issues. Yep, we're gonna have some plants dying because we vacuumed them. It's fine. But now they should be stable. Settings. Yep. That should all be meal woods because we had to vacuum out all the excess gas. Okay. That's all for the other stuff. Vacuum isn't going to change anything on that front. I think it did actually cool down certain areas of the base. Make sure temperature's actually disabled there. That's all regular CO2. Ironically, the base is running a little bit smoother already. I'm wondering if it was like one gas tile that was causing lag. It's really been the biggest complaint that I've got so far ever since the hotfix went out in like January. Really causing problems. I'll go through and clean up liquids after. I just want to make sure all the gases are mostly cleaned up so we don't have any weirdness going on. Could also be in the rockets too. I don't know. The frame rate seems to be okay in here. We have a tiny thing of CO2, but I don't think that one ever moves in this one. Button Sputnik. It is moving, but it's so slow it's not going to cause a problem. Wait, what? We have a bleach stone get dropped? How did chlorine get in here? Whatever. It's not moving, so it shouldn't cause problems. The biggest issue we're dealing with, obviously, is mixed gases moving in high variances. Every game tick you're seeing here is this is what's causing most of the lag issues that we're dealing with in the base. Spending this much time on it, and it's just like, yeah, we're 1,600 hours in, and even when doing mechanical cleanup without using debug, it's been a pain in the ass. And the performance has only dipped after that hotfix to a point where it's like, yep, frame rate is pretty toast. So tonight we will just mostly be cleaning up most of the base, trying to fix the actual issue of the frame rate. Oops, no. These materials. Doing my best not to delete anything that is not gas state. We're so close to getting that one done. I could probably have the dupes help. Oh, actually, no, we already have. I've already been doing this. We've been doing this for for multiple episodes already. Like Like, mechanically fixing it up using all the in-game tools has resulted in it being a very feeble and slow attempt to fix the base, while the performance has only been decreasing over time. Hence the problems. I wanted to avoid this at all costs. I know that it's, like, actually important to get it done. Yeah, this was the one. Sample you. Oh. Vacuum. One. Yeah, today is very much a screw it. We're fixing it so that way the game is playable. Because when we're paused like this, it's not an issue. The second I let the game run, the frame rate just catches fire. That plant's gonna die, but that's fine. Fine. Need to remove mixed gases where they don't belong and where they're kind of flailing about. Should dramatically improve performance if all the gases are not flickering every game tick. We'll check liquids afterwards. I'm pretty sure liquids don't have that much game impact overall from my testing that I've done. And from years of experience with Oxygen Not Included as a whole. Like, liquids are... Weirdly enough, liquids and pipes are laggy, but liquids in general just existing in the world only lag when you're dealing with the water world. Mostly because of the sheer mass of liquid that can move and the fact that the game generates waves due to mass shifting. Okay. Faster, invert the screen. Did I hear the word flicker? Oh god. Hey, Revo. I know you did not hear flicker, but technically speaking, we are dealing with actual flickering. So, I'll show you in a sec once I've removed the gas situation. So here is the frame rate and why we are currently debugging it. Like, I'm barely moving the map. But yeah, every game tick we're dealing with gases shifting across other gases, and it's causing massive amounts of lag. I have done a lot of things to try to solve this issue, and we're at the point where I said, screw it, we're just going to debug it. Because after that hotfix in February, yeah. I ain't owning it at the moment. I am not on Dragon's Dogma. What's up? Is Steam saying I'm on Dragon's Dogma or something? Because I'm not. Oh, good point. Good point, actually. Because, yeah, the frame rates are fucking totaled. It's really bad. It's literally, they put out a hotfix, and it's been terrible ever since. And I'm like, I have tried everything in my power to make this playthrough actually playable without using debug tools. And I'm at wit's end. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, even if I got a better computer, I wouldn't do shit. Because we're not peaking anything. Like, that's been the biggest issue. Is we're not peaking any, like, my CPU's fine, my RAM memory's fine, my GPUs are fine. I'm like, I have no idea what caused the issue, but it just, I need to start a new playthrough before this gets worse. So, today is fix the base day by any means necessary. I am tired of having to do mechanical fixes in-game. And it's just, we're at that point, and it has to be done. I think I've gotten everything. still gonna have some gases going here and there and being mixed. Like, there's nothing I can really do about the CO2 down there because it's just getting, well, it's being removed automatically already. It's just very slow to be done. I don't want any mixed gases existing in any other state right now. If I can avoid it, we're going to avoid it. Oh, clean that up. And you. And we are going to have some polluted oxygen floating around. I think the rest of it has been disposed of. And yes, there's polluted water there, so that's a problem. Dupes are not in suits inside the food areas. CO2 should be expected. I should only see CO2 in here. Be O2, CO2, maybe some polluted oxygen. Hydrogen's all removed, so we don't have to worry about it bugging out or doing anything weird. Turn that off. It's a little better already. It's actually painful. It's only slightly better. Shifting around the map is a little bit more smooth. It's not much better, but it's definitely noticeable. That's so dumb. The fact that I have to go through every planet and do this. To be honest, this is probably one of the bigger offenders just because we have a vacuum base that still has liquids off-gassing pretty much everywhere. So, in all honesty, I'm pretty sure butalin is probably my biggest offender when it comes down to mixed gas problems. That and also this planet has been very buggy for a very long time. Inadvertently having mixed gases from time to time that just don't make sense is a thing. Fine, it's not moving. This is one of the bigger offenders. Up a bit. It's just, the whole area is just accessible to space. So all of this stuff should be getting vented. And it's just not. Because there's too much of it. It's overproducing too much anyway. Weird gases. A little bit here and there. We're better off just having one gas in every area. I think this was one. Yeah, I already vented the whole thing, so I don't need to worry about this. Quick. You up. You. I don't know where that polluted gas came from. It's gonna be ambient environment. I'm not actually certain. I think that's everything. Oh wait, no. Some polluted gas in there. There. Fine, hydrogen there. Pretty sure we've contained the chlorine, and some of this was the leftover stuff that somehow got out of the wall, if I remember correctly. That up. I am just gonna delete the fluids on the floor. I wanted to reclaim them. I really did. They are useful, but it's like the point where I'm like, I give up. I am at the I give up stage. Somehow polluted oxygen in a chlorine environment? What? I am very confused because that covers the whole zone. The only one I could think of would be over here in the corner. Weird. Alright. That was what I used to get in there. It's not moving, so I don't need to worry about it. Run its way through. Its performance. So quite a bit of hydrogen spots. Gas not needed anymore. You were disconnected, correct? Yep. Okay. I can just have the dupes remove that later. I expect some CO2 out here because of the machinery. But not much. It's mostly the polluted oxygen that I need to get rid of. Like, the whole base should be just CO2 outside, in all honesty. If I have any, like, it should be natural gas inside the oil rig area, CO2, and a little bit of polluted oxygen coming out of the natural gas generators. Here. Yeah, the performance, it's still terrible. I can feel it. It's so bad now. Frustrating. Exceedingly frustrating. I've already tried removing the oxygen here before, so I'm just gonna screw it. Get rid of it all. I just want to see natural gas, and that is it. Maybe some steam whenever the water ends up overheating and then venting. I'll have to delete that later. I don't like leaving materials under any circumstance. If we're gonna debug, it's only remove, not generate. Totally fair after how long we've spent trying to get this base to be able to do every single achievement in the game. Which we can. Like, I think that's the worst part. We totally can do every single achievement in the game at this point. Like, we have a full super sustainability on every planet we've been to. We can easily colonize the other planets without that much issue. It's just going to be tedious. But the performance of the game, it hit a point where it collapsed in on itself. And it became pretty much unplayable. And that's really the biggest issue we've got right now. These needed. No mixed gases, including oxygen. Good enough. The ones I want is areas that are supposed to have mixed gases. Pretty sure I don't have any oxygen generation actually inside the area. You were set for steam. The rest of that should get vented into space. Blob needs to go. You need to go. All of this. Copy that. Yeah, well, I'll shove that elsewhere so we don't have to worry about it. How bad are you? Ooh, okay, yep, nope, you gotta go. Like, if the gas isn't moving, it's safe. Let's see, is everything safe in there? Okay, that's a little better. All that just needs to get vented into space. You inadvertently venting are in oxygen. I don't want to put a filter on that. I will probably need to, though. I think we've solved all the other problems. Performance. We have no more mixed hydrogen. CO2 is still building up down there. Mostly the polluted oxygen just needs to be vented into space cleanly. I think everything else is as cleaned up as I can possibly make it. Oh, wait, nope. Some random chlorine here. Give it the entire room. I will admit, the puffs eating like this does cause quite a bit of latency issues. Even if I've killed all the puffs, I should mention this, if I kill all creatures, it does nothing on the frame rate. Like, unironically. It's very dumb. Nothing I can do about that one. I think it might finally be time where I just vacate all of the polluted water down here as well. Fireballs. Liquids. Yep. It's time to get rid of all, and I mean all of the polluted water. I really wanted to reclaim this stuff. I really did. Oh well. Sure, there's nothing else left that could off-gas effectively. Little bit in there. It should actually flash. Oh, that wasn't flashing. Oh well. That's just to be expected because all the natural gas generators are there. That's also fine. Check, check. That's not moving, so I don't care. For anyone that's wondering about how you can check for, make sure your base is running a little bit better. Obviously, you can run entire bases just in a vacuum. So you don't need to actually have gases inside of your base or anything along those lines. You can totally just run them in a vacuum, and you will get better performance out of them. Hey, Passions. Welcome back. And yes, today is debug day. We're finally just be getting it over with, and yeah. Also means, though, that I can give you guys a full maximum screen zoom now, because this is not by default. You have to have debug mode to be able to see this. Did I complete the April Fool event? I did not. I did the one in Planet Calypso, though, which was kind of fun. But that was about it. But yes. Now that we have hit the point where I can no longer make the base run at a reasonable frame rate, as well as performance, we can finally use debug mode, which is the mode I'm going to be using to build the time lapse anyway, at least for YouTube. Ugh. I think we'll actually go to cycle 3000 if I can get the frame rate and the cycle timer to process completely. Because doing the rest of this, so doing another, 76 cycles, would kill me inside to do them, because it would probably take, like, I'm not gonna lie, probably 13 hours at these terrible frame rates. We are seeing improvements though already, but it's, yeah, like the frame rate is actually improving. I can actually see my dupes running around instead of glitching out or anything. Beetles are still a little finicky, but that definitely improved the actual performance of the game considerably. Okay, now to do this boy. So many things, so many planets I gotta clean up. And yes, seeing the gases glitching, like, they're not glitching, they're currently fighting for their positional data on each tile. And that is what's causing all of the lag. Like, for the most part, it's my gases. Like, the gases in game are, they're killing this save, I swear. I've tried everything else in testing. On Saturday, I did a bunch of testing, and it kept crashing whenever I was getting close to finishing. And it was just mostly a nightmare. But deleting all the animals didn't help. Cleaning up fluids directly didn't help. And then eventually I said screw it and started deleting gases, and then we started seeing FPS performance increases. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I have to go through and click every single tile. Not fun. It needed to be done, but it absolutely sucks. And if I lose a couple pieces of material, I lose a couple pieces of material. It's not going to kill me. I'm not happy about it, but that's what we got to do. And we're just vacuuming the entire map, literally and figuratively. Anything that can possibly move needs to be removed. So the game doesn't have to calculate that tile and can just calculate it as whatever gas is in the environment as one blob instead. That is, but I'm getting rid of it. I actually need to put a... Actually, I already have a vent there. I need another vent in the corner. Let's see. Liquids, let's just get rid of them. And yes, this will be a tedious stream tonight. Because it's me just going through and cleaning up the majority of gases. And then we're going to redo some of the piping. Possibly. See if that helps the frame rate. I'll save before I do it, just to check. So much chlorine I'm going to have to lose. Damn it. So much gas I don't want to get rid of. Pain. Should be fine. That's all one area. You got almost all C5 weapons? Nice. That's good to hear. Missing the fist and hat. Gotcha. Make sure there is no mixed gases anywhere near anything that is a large blob of gas. You're sealed in a rock. I don't need to think about it. You are a problem. Random chlorine. So much gases that are just sitting there, annoying the hell out of me. Uptake 7 now. 7 gets ever closer to my proper... Ooh, that's good. That's good to hear, Robo. Hopefully the league is treating you well. You... Literally cleaning out anything that could conflict or cause latency. I'm not vacuuming the whole map. I'm just literally trying to get rid of anything that isn't just directly whatever the majority of gases are in the environment. It's only fair. That one... Probably just need to get rid of all the polluted oxygen down here and just leave in CO2 because that's all that's really going to be down here. So much oxygen doing this. Uneventful, I won't lie. The mods are enough to scream and tear yet. Well, that's good. Don't go for tattoos, that. You'll be fine. Should just fill up with polluted oxygen, I think. Some plants are off-gassing materials when they drop their actual meats. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. Things I do to get more FPS. Anything gaseous. Let that run. Still have a little bit of CO2 movement inside the base. That's expected. Tubes are exhaling CO2. Still getting a lot of this. Oxygen? No. Oxygen pressure is... Oh, it's the CO2 pressure. That's what's going on. See, stuff like this shouldn't be happening. Because that's 2,000. It's 1,400. But the pressure is causing differentials, so it's causing it to move. Which is then in turn causing me lag. This is what I'm trying to avoid to the best of my abilities. It does suck, though, that we're literally having to delete materials. There's vacuuming out an area, and then there's just deleting the materials. In this case, we are deleting. And I hate doing that. I don't like using debug mode to begin with, but it's like... I'm at a point where I have no other option. I've tried and tried and tried, and this save just doesn't... It's not going to be capable of running all bases simultaneously in its current state. There's just no way. That one just wants to be put in oxygen, so all the other stuff, so it stays stable. Everything else is clean. I do need to put a vent here and vent that into space. You are trapped in there. You're one gas. I don't think there's anything I can do about the CO2 down here being a nuisance on the latency issue. It really shouldn't be doing this. That's the problem. The oxygen pressure should be holding the CO2 down. That's just saying it's only 2 tiles. Yeah, it's causing weirdness. That's really the biggest problem. And yes, if you ever start seeing this happening in your base, the best thing you can do is just either restrict the gas types or remove all the gases. In my case, I'm just going to have to remove it. It's causing undue lag, and we don't need it right now. I would prefer not to, but in this case, I value performance and having a good recordings as well as streams while playing Oni rather than having to fight the awkwardness of gas pressures not calculating correctly the entire time. that up. Still more CO2. Oh no, it's in the door. That's the problem. Yep. Shit. I keep forgetting the doors are weird. The original ones have always been like this. I don't know if they've been patched or fixed, but they still can sometimes allow gases through them when they are not open. Bjorn Brendan, how to not lag so late in the game. Clean up your maps. Obviously, if you can, obviously add filters, vent corners. CO2 likes to gather in the bottom right-hand corners of most bases. Liquids also do this on a regular basis. You will find that the water on the water planet, it likes to create wave formations. So if I let the game run, you'll notice that the water itself will normally bunch up on the left-hand side, and gases like to bunch up on the right-hand side. So you can actually sometimes see the water itself functionally creating waves. And that will normally cause lag. So, unironically, water is a major issue. Mixed gases is normally a major issue. And creature pathfinding. So, the more often you can get your critters to stay stable in a straight line inside of a base, and cannot navigate more so than their actual intended chambers, is normally your best options. Because if they can actually navigate all the way around the entire base, you can end up getting... Well, normally with duplicates, it's not really a big problem. Let me zoom out here. You can see the whole navigation here. So every little white line that you see here is an actual duplicate navigation. And every single game tick, the game is calculating where the dupe wishes to go based off of their actions. Now, items laying around, you normally want to put all your items in a single tile. Because if you put all your items into a single tile piece, like say right here, I have all mine sitting on a weight plate. Yeah, loose animals will cause lag. Paku are the biggest offenders, and gassy moves. They have been trying and trying and trying for years now to make the gassy moo not suck at both consuming your CPU and your memory and their pathfinding. And they haven't done a very... They just keep trying, man, and it's just... every time there's always an update to the gassy moo, it shits the bed. It's why you normally do not want to unlock their planet until you have completed everything. Like if you've completely unlocked the entire star chart, you've got everything done, you don't want to land a dupe here, you don't want to go here, you do not want to oversee the planetoid under any circumstance until you've done everything else. Because they are one of the biggest offenders, mostly because they're like a space pip. If you are not, well, yes, space pip and also a space puffed. But the biggest issue is interplanetary launchers will also cause lag. Anything that's on this chart causes lag considerably. Mostly because every single shell has to be calculated simultaneously. And then they also have a timer which is calculated, and their thermodynamics are not calculated, thankfully. But the amount of times it takes per empty tile based off projectiles will cause an immense amount of lag. Meteorites can also be a pretty nasty offender of lag. But obviously, once the interplanetary shells actually hit the planet, as well as meteorites hit the planet and the events end, and they're not calculated inside your star map, the lag will instantly go away. So distance calculation, game has a problem with it. Not too bad, but when you get to this late stage of the game, it definitely can become an issue, especially when you need to shovel tons of material from one planet to another. I would say that the biggest offender is obviously gases. Every single time that you're dealing with gases, obviously you can't really contain CO2 unless you have a pure suit base. Because your dupes will exhaust CO2 wherever they go anyway. If they're in a suit, they don't. The problem, though, is we have had instances, because, again, we've been doing this playthrough for almost 2 years. Actually, over 2 years now. And we're going on 3 soon. And hopefully tonight we will be finishing it. But the biggest issue that I have with suits is they are buggy. We've had many issues with suits over the last 3 years where the dupes can sometimes be exhaling outside their suit, so they're actually making gas and other stuff. Yeah, grouping your gases to the best of your ability is normally the best option. Vacuuming out the base as well helps. If all of your gas is calculated as one singular gas, the amount of impact that's on your game due to the way that it calculates temperature is dramatically reduced. Like, we've actually gained, I think, about, like, I would say almost 11 FPS here at main base just by doing what we did on the Talon, Flippalon, and Rudabo. And I still haven't completely finished doing what we're doing tonight. Like, the game is performing better by just going through and cleaning up the mixed gases. Like, that alone is actually making the games, like, as you can see on the recording, like, my bees aren't glitching the hell out anymore. Like, there's still a little bit of screen tearing because of the gases for temperature calculation, but it's not nearly as bad. But yeah, I would say make sure you check the gases. Gases are one of the biggest leaders to lag. Double check that you don't have any puffs out in space. Space puffs, as well as, like, here. I can also show you this. Here's a shine bug that escaped. I actually don't know how he escaped. How did you get out? I'm like, how the hell did you get out here? Like, I have a shine bug over here. Like, how did you get out? But, weird. But, here's the biggest problem that you're going to have with flying entities in space. This is why I say that gassy moves are a problem. So base having random hydrogen here and there is a way to get rid of that. You can tile over it, and that normally works. Yeah, so the pumping it, the way that we've been dealing with it up to this point, as I said, this base is 1,600 hours, roughly. It's a little more than that because we have had bugs where we had to restart the game, we've had crashes, etc., but I don't really count that. But the main thing that you can do when dealing with mixed gases is you can take a tile and you can block it in and then seal it. So your dupes can dig in diagonally and build diagonally. And because of that, you can actually just get rid of the extra hydrogen. Let me see if I've got a... pretty sure Dripple has got this problem in a couple spots. Yeah, like right here. So right now, if I was to put a tile right here, let me turn off. Make sure I got that off. Yes. So let me queue up a dupe to place a tile here. I'm gonna just shove that at max value. Your end. Leia, can you get over here and build this real quick? Because there's another different gas type, this should just get deleted. If you've got 3 tiles covered, and another one is a different gas, you can just cover it up and it will get rid of it. Yeah, exactly. So gas can't... 2 different gases cannot house the same spot. If I wanted to be really certain this wouldn't glitch out or anything, I could put another tile down here. See? There it goes. Also, you can tell the game is lagging because the hydrogen was there for even with the block there. But yeah, you can, as long as it's completely enclosed and the way out is blocked by either a gas, liquid, or another tile, then you can build over it and it will delete the actual material. So you can just get rid of the gas that way. Like, I can probably do the same up here too. So let me queue that up. This one's going to be a little bit harder to do because it could, yeah, as you can see, the gas pressure is flickering all over the place. There's a high likelihood when my dupe builds there, it's going to end up scooting this thing over instead of deleting it. But seeing I am streaming and I do feel that we've hit the point where I just need to start deleting this stuff, I think it's time. Also, copy. You. There we go. I'm doing my best not to accidentally do that where we randomly create materials. Is I prefer, if we're gonna have to debug, I want to just delete the stuff rather than actually generate stuff. It's not fair to you guys anyway. Yeah, the biggest problem though when you get to these kinds of mega basing, it's like in most cases, if I didn't have my rules, I would vacuum the entire place, as I've said before in previous episodes for YouTube, as well as here on just here on Twitch in general. But seeing my rules for this base was to build a base that was functioning on every single planet and capable of self-sustaining. It's hit a point where this is now necessary. Like I can't think of anything else that would actually help with the situation. I've done everything. We're at the point where it's like, I just need to start deleting gases because we're just kind of stuck right now. I also need to clean up all the polluted water so that way the off-gassing situation will just go away. It's definitely frustrating for sure. But I'd rather be able to finish the playthrough than not. Yeah. I've done everything in my power to reduce the lag through normal means, but the hotfix that they did at early February, let me pull it up on Steam. But for some reason, the hotfix that they did ended up making the base. It used to run at 60 FPS, and we started getting some weirdness in January, and then they did a hotfix in. All right, yeah, we had the major game update for February, and we also had. Yeah, February 29th was the roadmap, but the major quality of life update ended up tanking my save. Like, it just, I don't know what the hell happened. All I know is when that went out, it broke. So it's like, we've had two other small hot fixes. One was on March 5th and one was on March 7th. We've had another one on March 26th. But yeah, I have no idea what happened. Like it's been running well, like even at this state of the game, and then it just died. And I was like, I wanted to make more episodes, but I couldn't get the frame rate to be even remotely capturable. And it's like, holy crap! Like so, the last couple episodes I have up on YouTube have that problem where I'm like, this is insanely bad. You can conveyor loader it, or you can do the way that I normally do it, which is you only need a dropper. Just have an automatic dispenser, put everything that's not going to end up being hot through the actual dispenser. And what happens is you actually get a tile that will have your entire base's mass, besides molten materials, of course. And that will end up being, as you can see, 1,282,881 kilograms. All in one tile. The hot materials, I would say, stick inside of your thermal room. Yeah, my entire base is, like, the entire planet that has been cleaned up is all there. The only thing that is outside of that is all being used by other materials. As I said, I have done everything in my power to make this base as efficient as possible while still maintaining an atmosphere. Like, it is all condensed into a single tile. They're all the same temperature. Nothing is changing. The only issue I'm dealing with right now is liquids and gases. And then obviously the critters. I deleted all the critters in the save on Saturday, and it did nothing to the FPS. I killed them all just to double check. And I was like, nope, it did fuck all. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Uh-oh. Also, the temperature's still too cold in there. What is the temperature? -2. Okay. That'll be fine, I think. No, it will not be. I need to actually warm that up. I'll fix that later. But yeah, I've done a lot of things to try to get this base to not run like actual dog shit for a very long time. As I said, we did 173 episodes before I had to actually use debug. That's a testament to how good Oni was running up to this point. Oh, you want to see some of the resources? Sure. Let's see. Search function. I actually forget how they change this. You're gonna allow me to see them all, or are they below? They're off screen. Let me remove diagnostics. So each planet, obviously, in the DLC has its own independent inventory. As you can see, we're at 5 tons of phosphorite, Fertilizer 1.1. Oxygen 8.9. Steel ore 13.1 tons. Lime 1,000 kilograms here. Need to actually get that ship back to base. Where's my metals? Yeah, edible, we're at 5 million on this one. Cultivatable dirt, 240 tons worth of dirt. Actually doing okay. Sand, 15.1 tons. I'm heading down to it. Just looking at everything else. Metals, this is our primary metal planet, so this is going to have most of our refined metals. Yeah. Our cobalt, we're at 240.9 tons, and gold, we are at 214.8 tons worth of gold. And that is currently both this one and this one. And for reference, we are running a radiator that covers pretty much the entirety of the map. So we have a cobalt volcano over here, which this has been glitched to hell multiple times, but thankfully it's still working. We have this one and this one. I never got this cobalt volcano online because this one was producing so much it was not needed. I do need to switch the radiant cooling out for supercoolant eventually, and then I could pop the other one on. I think we'll do supercoolant once I get the pot polluted oxygen online. But yeah, for reference, cooling loops are here. You can also see some of the other places because of the way that it works. The entire base is fully cooled, and, well, every base is fully cooled, to be honest. And our entire automation system itself is, it's literally a planetary radiator. The other one that we have, which was eventually going to become a planetary radiator, but in the opposite direction, was our ice planet, which was Friddle. And the main reason being is I need to get all of this iron off of the planet and back to main base, so that way we can actually process it into steel. But this entire planet was the ice planet, so everything is completely self-contained for 2 dupes. Very limited automation, and we only needed 1 sleet wheat farm, which, for reference, it's technically 2 because of the greenhouse, but it's, yeah, these are perfectly sized to 96. And the temperatures are very clean. But yeah. Also, the entire base temperature has to be able to maintain liquid nuclear waste, which is above 26.9, so the average temperature sets for this base is 30 degrees. Actually, it's pretty much 29 degrees because the entire base actually results in a slightly lower temperature, but yeah. For the most part, all of my bases have been like this, where it's just, it does one very specific thing, and all of them are completely maintained. Same as the tree. This one's actually fully automated. I can call in materials from space, and then just directly feed the tree, and then come pick up the resin whenever I want. The biggest issue, obviously, was we had a bunch of glitches and a couple bugs when using this tungsten volcano to try to actually melt our rocket, which we will eventually do when I come back here at some point. I was going to use this rocket for launching into the rift to end the playthrough. We already have the rift activated. We had everything prepared. And as I said, the game was running like shit. So there's been very little I could do after that point. And yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of saves. I have been playing this game since its launch. And yeah. I have a lot of bases. Like a lot of bases. We've been playing it for so long. I love Oxygen Not Included. It's been paining me, to be honest. I literally have not been playing because I have been trying to figure out a way to get the game to not require me to debug like today for at least a month and a half. Like, I've tried so many different things to try to get it to work, and it just didn't. So hence why today we're just getting it over with. I was going to do it yesterday, which would have been April 1st, but we had a storm come through and a tornado was south of me. So that was fun. It's like, and obviously the power started surging because it took out some power lines down there and it kind of fucked with stuff. So didn't get the stream out for that. Also, I really didn't want to stream on April 1st when we're going to be debugging the base because, to be honest, it's a little bit of like one of those, oh yeah, we're just April Foolsing our way onto this one. And I'm like, yeah, no, we'll do it on the 2nd. It'll be fine. I'll work through it. No biggie. But it has been paining me where I have not been able to stream Action Not Included for a while because the base has not been functional at all. And it's been driving me nuts because I'm like, this is my pride and joy of a game that I do here on the channel. I love this game to death, and it's like, it's so frustrating when it doesn't work. Like, I just wanted you to function, game. All I wanted. I wanted a basic understanding that you could run at least at 30 FPS. That's all I ask. And it didn't. I think it's even funnier is we have distributed our dupes so that way not one single planet is currently overburdened with duplicates for pathfinding issues. And even then, I have no idea what caused the FPS issues. Like, I know how to fix them because of the fact of the gases being as laggy as they are right now. But I don't know why the game went from running at a stable 60 at the end of the year and into January to we got a hotfix in February and the game caught fire. And my map save just was like, we're burning because our frame rate is like 3. And I have no idea what changed on the back end to make it do this. And I know it's not Kai's fault. Like, that's the thing. Like, whatever changed, there's some numerical value in the back end of Action Not Included that got changed that definitely broke something. And I'm pretty sure nobody has any idea what it was. Because, again, it's been a month. It's been almost 2.5 months, in all honesty, since this started being all weird. And it's just, they haven't fixed it. I know that there's people complaining about the performance on the forums. And I think it's more along the lines of they don't know what went wrong. So I'm like, I'm not blaming them. It's just shit happened and something went wrong and nobody has any idea what's actually the cause here. Which sucks. Because to be honest, I shouldn't be seeing this much of a performance increase from just gases moving. Like, we really shouldn't be. But we are, which means that it's definitely a combination of multiple. Like, obviously, it's a large scale issue with the optimization of gas transfer between tiles. That is very obvious. Why it's happening now, not last year, the year before that, or the year before that, or even before that, all the way back to 2017, I have no idea. That's the part that's weird. And yes, this will be going up on YouTube, so we are going to be having a very long episode today, and I will be trying to get it uploaded to YouTube probably right when we finish the stream here in a couple hours. Because it's 2 in the morning, and I'm probably going to go until 8. And yes, it is legitimately just me clicking tiles and checking the FPS. Like, sorry, chat. It is very much that today. Because it needs to be done. I want the game to be playable. I want to finish this properly. And yes, the base is saved in the Discord. So that is a thing. If anyone wishes to have this base saved before... I saved it before we started doing this. So if you want to give it a try on your computer, I wish you luck. Because performance on mine has died ever since the hotfix. That's just going to off-gas into space, so I know about that. CO2 shouldn't actually be building up out here. Why is there CO2 building? Doing my vent still active? No. Oops, look at that one. Probably need to remove this. Make sure we're not. Build mode. I don't want to end up like, be able to just 9 priority for that one. 9 priority for that one. See how bad the frame rate is. Zoom out. Gases settle. We cleaned up a lot of it. My poor autosave. My poor autosave. uh, and yes, we are literally sitting here waiting on it. There we go. Okay. So Dupe should build that tile. A little bit of gas is transferring. Yeah, I shouldn't be seeing this kind of pressure issue. That's 2,000. 1,800. It's fluctuating so much. You know what? Let me add some vents. I think that helps the issue. And yes, we are only deleting things using debug. We are not adding it to the best of my abilities. If I actually delete a tile, I replace it with a copy. And that's the best I can do. It doesn't feel right accidentally adding something using debug. Also why I'm recording the entire thing anyway. So why is the base no power? What got disconnected? That's disconnected. You have power. So we're just not generating enough right now. I am actually going to call that in. Over here. There we go. I want to get it out of the way. That should be fine. We can also hit the blueprints while I'm waiting. As we're cleaning up gases, and then we're checking the frame rate. Gases, and doing that. Black glitter atmos boots. Nice. Basic white gloves. And... Hey! Yellow gas reservoir. I guess we can use that for in the next playthrough with polluted oxygen. That'll be nice. I do like to color code my stuff, so it's nice getting all the other stuff out of it. Anything else weird going on at the main base? Little ethanol, CO2 is still stable. Still some nuclear fallout just kind of hanging out. Oh, got more hydrogen in here again. How and why? Wait a minute. How? Hold up. What? Pretty sure I cleaned this one out already. I am slightly confused. Same as this one. Got more polluted gases coming in. CO2. Yeah, 16 kilograms. Should have deleted it. Don't know why that did not automatically crush that out of existence, but it didn't. Everything else should be stable. I don't know how those gases got back in there. I must have missed them, but I'm pretty sure I did clean that out. And before I get hydrogen teleporting back in again, and I'm just like, how, game? Why do you keep doing this to me? I'm trying to fix you right now. Stop doing weird bugs already. I don't need any more of this. I just want you to be stable. That's all I ask. Okay, let's see here. We do need to clean up the rest of this. You... Most of the polluted water that I have to deal with. I'll have to cancel all of the mopping orders here. I'll do that manually in a second. Go into regular view. Yeah, we'll need to get rid of all of that too. I will be losing a lot of water for this, but if it's worth the performance increase, then it's worth the performance increase. I don't care. And I'll just build over that one. Fine. CO2 should be expected in there. Steam, steam, steam room, check. Let's switch over to liquids and clean up any polluted water that we see. I don't want an off-gassing. I don't want it anywhere near my base. I just want the materials to stop causing a problem. All of this is a problem child for frame rate loss. A very, very annoying one at that. Okay, that one's actually sealed, so I don't need to think about that. That one needs to stay there. It's not moving. That's not moving. That's already stable. You are off, guys. Just need to go. This needs to go. So much water I'm going to lose for having to do this. I need to reappropriate that stuff as well, and the corner water. This one. Okay, I think everything is contained now. Pretty sure it is. Let the game run in a second. We should be fine. Fully zoom out here. Water falling. Disable that mode. This. Hey, it's properly twitching without glitching out. What are the pups doing? Seeing noticeable improvement. Not much, but it is there. Still don't think I can engage follow mode. The navigation. No, actually, we can. It's not terrible. It's getting better. I will take that as a win. Slightly improving. It's so annoying what you have to do. As my rovers are still working through everything. Probably also need to queue up the rest of this while I'm waiting. Because we did send a mission the last episode, but then obviously the performance was so bad that it became unplayable. And there was nothing I could do about it, and it sucks. Absolutely drove me nuts. Okay, all of that polluted water is sealed. I have nothing else off-gassing as far as I can tell, so water should be fine on this one. Bit of gases. Oh, yep, hydrogen jumping around. What? Filling in 2 minutes. Where? Expected. Expected. What? There's a building down here somehow entombed itself. I'm not going to check it with the debug mode, but apparently the game was just like, ah, yes. Magma cooled down somehow. There you go. That's so weird. It happens sometimes. I believe I still have to put a dupe here for calculating it. Because again, we had a bug where a suit phased through existence and popped up down here in this neutronium. And because the suit spawned down here, one of the dupes went through a rocket door and apparently was able to pick it up via like quantum tunneling, and it disappeared from over here. But the dupe ended up discovering the planet because he literally quantumly tunneled through neutronium, through a rocket door, and appeared on the water planet. Don't ask me how that happened. I don't know. It was a thing that was happening for a while. It was very weird. It was very odd. I have no idea what was going on with it. Weirdness was abound for a while, and that's all I know. that. That CO2 can go. You need to go. Keep those mixed gases away from each other and everything should be fine. Hopefully. I do not look forward to doing the ice planet because there's so much that's gonna have to be done. Okay, I think that solves most of that. Let the gases retake their positions. CO2 can stay there because it's not gonna move. Okay. And the performance is better, just slightly. Nothing in that one, so I don't need to worry about it. Was it this one that was having the issue? No. Let's bring up Apollo. Rem, why are you just hanging out in the rocket? You thought I wouldn't find you? I swear the dupe sometimes. Okay, now the problem child. The other problem child. Ugh. Yep. Yep. This needs to be fixed. Vacuum. Doing it again. Yep. Sometimes you get a vacuum tile like this, where the tile is just scooting gases out of the way, and it can't calculate it. I'm assuming it's due to the liquid pressure, but the liquid pressure isn't even that high here, so it just kind of happens, and you end up getting this thing happening, where it's just, it'll orbit your liquid pile. So I can probably just turn that off for now. Okay, let's find these other issues, shall we? Mixed gases, go just shoot. I don't want you here anymore. We've spent literally, probably 50 episodes just cleaning this garbage up. You moving? No. You are... You have water. Nice pick. What? Oh no. God damn it. I must have been flipped at some point. That's the right one, right? Yes. I was pretty sure we were using the... Actually, no. That would be correct, wouldn't it? Yes. I did not connect the pipe correctly. I was not paying attention. So this needs to be inputting into this one, which actually floods into this system. And then that goes all the way on up to the tank. Because this one outputs petroleum. This one also can end up outputting... Yeah, that one needs to go that way. And that one needs to go up here and into water tank. There we go. Okay, so that should take care of that gas problem. As you can see, we do have a lot of systems that I have built all over the dang place to solve some of these issues automatically, and then other times it just bugs out. Why? What is there? There's material that is hanging out in the back somewhere. Where? Just random steam there. Are you there? Vacuum you real quick. I'm assuming it was the conveyor loader, but slated pipe, liquid bridge. Oh, it's the bridge, isn't it? Oh, damn it. The bridge is causing the problem. Okay, that would explain it. So the liquid bridges can transfer temperature between 2 points. And sometimes it will do stuff like this where it's actually transferring temperature from the steam room into the other room. But it's only transferring to this one tile, because the pipe doesn't actually naturally transfer temperature. Which means what I gotta do is this. I need to add a liquid bridge through the insulation and then delete the other one. Thankfully, this one's quite easy to do because I can snap this because of the new snapping tool, and we can just directly connect and then make sure we don't actually build anything. So if anyone ever needs to fix anything, the disconnect tool is your best friend, because when they added that earlier last year, it was so good. Such a good tool. There we go. Okay. So that one goes there. You did the wrong one, buddy. Too many bridges. Get rid of this one as well. There we go. So the output goes into this system, which then goes here, goes to my filtering water sieve, and then back into the entire water system so it gets recycled properly. Otherwise, that could be a problem. This one should just be going straight on up there as well. So, yeah, it should all work out perfectly fine now. And we should stop having 100-degree temperatures coming in here. Yep. Okay, that's all nice and safe. Is there any other bridges that I am missing? This one is here, and there's really nothing I can do to fix that one. Kind of. Yeah, liquid bridge. 112. I reorganize this a bit so the temperatures stop having problems. Again, today is fix everything day. So if I see something that's going to cause some temperature issues or weirdness, it's best just to sort it out now and not have to think about it. Okay, now. And there. Okay, so the petroleum should just be able to go through there after filtering. This is actually a singular water system, so I can actually send petroleum through this system and it will be filtered. Which is a little weird, but we don't really have the space on this planet because, to be honest, it's tiny. When you have debug mode on, you can fully zoom out properly. It's such a small planet. Like, we don't really have space to do that while still maintaining room sizes and room densities for the stable and everything else. And we still need the machinery to maintain the bottom and everything else. Pretty limiting. Okay, now the painful part. Here's where we're going to lose a lot of gases. A lot of gases that I would love to reclaim. That's 5,194 kilograms. Ow. It actually hurts. That absolutely sucks. but there's nothing I can do about it. I gotta get rid of this. Ah. This is pain, man. This is so much pain. Oh, it's so much gas I'm gonna lose for this. I could repurpose it using Slicksters, probably for what's 100 let me think, 194 kilograms per tile. And Slicksters have how much consumption? 20 kilograms per cycle. The 194 kilograms per tile. Wouldn't actually last that long, but they also don't fully consume that all the time. So much CO2 I'm gonna lose for that. Oh well. What's done is done. We gotta get rid of it. There's nothing I can do about it. Let's see how the gases sort themselves out. Nope, I see another one. How much are you? 20. That's not that bad. It still hurts though. Think we've cleaned everything else up? Any weird gases? Nope. Oxygen's getting... CO2's getting scrubbed. There's nothing I can do about this. This bug is just gonna forever exist. As noted, vacuum tile, just orbiting. Nothing I can do about it. Septolin... Unironically... I guess I can get rid of... Yeah. Let me clean up some of the gases here. If it's not CO2, we're just going to get rid of it. Because it's going to cause problems, so... So much O2 and water I'm losing, but whatever. It's worth it. Single tile, it's fine. I'm not gonna lie, this actually really hurts me inside. Every fiber of my being is, I can engineer a solution! And in this case, my frame rate is fighting me more than the game is. I can't engineer my way out of this one. And yes, I am just gonna delete all the excess oxygen. It's not worth keeping. I think the polluted oxygen can stay though. Just need to get rid of the CO2 so it doesn't cause issues. But it's currently not waylaying into the whole base. The tiny amount of polluted oxygen is. That should be fine. Almost just there. I think that's everything. You see these are flickering. Oh, you're flickering. You gotta go. It's still flickering into space, as you can see, so it's still got some issues. The CO2 is always going to be flickering into space because, well, until I can armor the entire planet, we're going to get lag from that. There's nothing I can do about it. And I'm going to have to send rovers over, as well as dupes, to actually do this again. I don't debug build. I only void stuff. Well, not void, but vacuum stuff. Like, out of principle at this point. I really wanted to avoid having to do this. And I know I've been saying it pretty much all stream, but it's like, I really did want to avoid this, but performance is more important. Man. It's going to be like this, isn't it? Okay, for once, I am going to build one thing. The only reason I'm going to build it is because if I don't, the polluted oxygen is going to keep filling this room. And it's never going to end. Because it's too thin to actually do anything. The realization of, oh, this is never going to stop, is it? The meteorites are never going to stop, so CO2 will forever rain down on this planet no matter what I do. until I build the steel cage. Like we got 4 in. I gotta encase the entire planet to protect it from lag. I'm not even kidding. Uh, that's rough. That's very rough. But let me just delete all of the polluted oxygen. I really don't want to do this. The gas that can save my duplicants' butts. I have to get rid of all of it to improve performance. And that should reseal itself. Still too much gas. It won't self-delete until it all fully vents into space. And even then, I still don't think it will. Okay. That's all one gas. It's no longer moving. I just have to worry about the meteorites pressuring into space with the excess CO2. Whatever the heck died over here and was off-gassing. That's really about it. For now on, I'm pretty sure there's no gases here because it's just in space. Yeah. It's literally just lava. Okay. So, that one's safe. Siftolan, we've done what we can without sending more dupes here to actually keep building. Bridal, you're sorted. Frame rate is a lot better now that we don't have gases flickering all over the place. Time for the liquid check, I guess. I go back to Siftolan. Yep. No polluted water anywhere on this planet. There's no sources of it, so. Okay, so that went off gas. Materials. All of these are under extreme pressure, so none of the polluted water here is going to become a problem ever. And it's not going to move either. So that should be fine. Killing, again, all the water is sealed. Okay. Water planet. Oh, there's the wave I was talking about. You can see how the water is actually moving upwards. There's so much water mass that waves actually happen. Like, it's really hard to tell that they're happening, but they are actually happening. The rovers are still operating, yeah. Yeah, the water is slowly pressuring its way up. As you can see, this water here is not over its cap, but it can still push water above it. It's really weird how that works. It's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's absolutely cool, but very odd. It's extremely strange of a mechanic. Okay, let's see here. Any other liquids I need to worry about that might be off-gassing or causing a problem? Nope. 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 We did lose a lot of water. I'm not happy about that one. I don't think I can do about Dripola now. How about you guys? Oh, we have polluted water. Okay. That's sealed in. That's sealed in. This is not. It's overpressure. Okay, so we have 2 sources of polluted gas that are going to get mixed in. Chlorine's just in its own independent room. Something off gas. Oh. Yep. Okay. I'll have to clean that up. Okay. We only really have like 3 instances of problems that are left. You can also tell that the performance is a hell of a lot better than it was at the start of the stream. I hate how this works. Just delete things. It makes it run better. Yeah, no kidding. And no, I am not allowed to replace this with anything. It has to be just deleted. Okay. That's not gonna move, so don't worry about it. You two need to go though. 2, and we'll skip that there. Yeah, I know. I do in Helldivers. They added they made the level cap 150. And it's like, oh god. Ah, that'll be fun. We also have a new playthrough of Action Not Included to do. AKA, I want to finish this tonight. To the best of my abilities. Everything else I think is sealed. Sadly, we will not be hitting the hot tub base, but I mean, we can still technically do it. It's just I'll be doing it off stream. Yeah, I know. They added level 150 apparently. Not just level 100. 150. Which is impressive. I approve. I can see my steam turbines not lagging. It's amazing. I hate this. Also, Zhao, how did you two get injured? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. I was expecting them to go to level 100, to be honest. Oh, also, I did want to check this one. Oh. Oh. That's so much CO2. Crap. Well... I think I can leave it because the frame rate has been mostly returned. For now, anyway. Yeah, I saw that. It's actually good. Yep. Also, let me make sure I drop a save, seeing we have... Again, we have improved the performance, so it's not completely god-awful right now. Thankfully. Oh, man. I deleted so much liquid, so much gases. Oh, it hurts me inside. It really does. See how long the save takes. It took 12 minutes to load the save, by the way. On average, it's normally 5. Okay, that's much better. The autosave took longer than a manual save. Because it was before I fully optimized everything. Oh, that's nuts. Okay. So that should, for the most part, have improved performance in the game considerably, which I am feeling it. Moving the camera around does not feel as bad. My dupes are actually able to run. The recording looks good. Everything is fine. I'm like, it's not completely totaled anymore. Woohoo! Oh, man. That was awful for a bit there. That was so bad. But, I think I do want to finish off the playthrough tonight. We are going to defrost our friend and see what they have. But, I need to build them a rocket specifically dedicated to them. Which means they are going to the Rift, and we're going to hope it doesn't crash the game. Because when doing this in testing, in late February into early March, I spent like 6 days trying to get this to work. It crashed the game every time. So, I will be giving them enough food. I will be giving them enough oxygen. They're going to be living in a suit, and they're just going to be sitting inside the rocket as it goes through the Rift. We're going to pack in as little as possible while still making it technically a livable rocket. And I'm going to cross my fingers that it doesn't explode. I'm really hoping this thing works. Yeah, let me keep that shooting the wall. But yeah, it's time to build technically our rocket probe, and we're gonna fill it up here with fuel. We're gonna send it off to Flip Allen. We're gonna pick up a frosted friend, shove them in a suit, and we're gonna have them take off and return back to base. Then we're gonna refuel it there, and then send them off. And also, in testing, I also removed all this gas as well. This did nothing. Again, when gases are all counted as one thing, the only time it really affects it is when it's technically touching the vacuum to cause lag, but even then, it's minuscule. It's just when two gases are deciding to collide with each other and try to exchange places where you start seeing weirdness. Like, I probably should just come over here and start deleting this liquid as well. Dupes, can you just mop this up so I don't have to go into debug to get rid of it? Or am I going to have to actually debug that as well? I'm going to use it as... Again, I never really want to use debug unless we absolutely have to. And in the current situation that we're dealing with, we pretty much had to today. I hate doing it. I mean, we almost made it to cycle 3000 before the game completely shit itself. So, I'm counting that as an absolute win. I do hope that Cly figures out what the heck is causing the performance issue. Well, I should say, what's causing the gas exchange of tiles as a performance issue. Because it wasn't that big of an issue before. And then it's just, overnight on that last hotfix, it just destroyed the save. I really do hope they figure it out. Because it is frustrating, and it shouldn't be a thing. Whatever they did caused it to break. And that sucks. It is frustrating, because I'm like, it's totally tossable to carry the save all the way through and finish it. It's just, we would be doing it at 4 freaking FPS. And also, we'd probably crash a lot. We'd be crashing more, because we've been dealing with a lot more crashes because of everything. And that's why I'm like, screw it, we're ending the save this episode. And again, if anyone else wishes to play this save, I have it in my Discord. So, for the people on YouTube, I do have Discord links here on Twitch. So if anyone ever really wishes to pop their way into here, I do need to set up an actual tag for people who are from YouTube. So I'll probably do that later. But now that the base is what I would classify as finishable at 100%, I made a backup save. The backup save is in my Google Drive, and that has all of the saves for the entire playthrough. So if anyone wishes to play that or mess around with the base, feel free to do so. I have no complaints. It's tagged inside of my Discord. So if anyone ends up joining at any point, there you go. And that is before the debugging. So I'll probably make a small addendum to the post that actually has the link, and I will put the newest save with the debugs. I'll put a little marker on it specifically, and that way people can see the difference between the not fixed base and the fixed base. Now, if Cly ever makes an update, well, I should say if they ever make a hotfix that fixes the issue that is causing the FPS death of my current base, you'll probably not see a difference between the debugged one and the regular if that ever happens. For the time being, you're probably going to see a major performance dip between both bases. Because I can tell you right now, I can feel it being a lot better than what it was. You can also see the FPS issues in the last couple episodes. I think it's like 168, 169, 170. We kind of had some like stable-ish stuff, but then it just crapped itself again. And then it continued all the way on up to today's episode, which is 174. Okay, I think 175 will be the time lapse. So when we finish up tonight, I will I will be uploading this episode to YouTube, and then I will start work on making the time lapse for every base simultaneously. So I will be taking from all of my saves. I will be taking from... Well, I'm probably not going to use the VOD footage. I have it all on a hard drive. But what we're probably going to do is I'm going to use every single save that we used. And I'm going to snapshot every single planet. And then put them all together into one giant like time lapse for each period. And that should be enough for, I would say, maybe a 5-minute long video, maybe 20. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how many actual screenshots we get. And I'll be taking footage of each of the planets at the same time. So I have to record all of my duplicates and what they were doing at every save point, and then where they were located, which is going to be very tedious and very slow. But it is what I promised you guys, so that's what you guys are going to get. I'll be honest, I really doubt anyone's even going to see it, but I just want to say that it's done, and I've done it. That's what matters. And I will say this, Thursday, it's either going to be Thursday or it's going to be Saturday when we start the new playthrough. I might save it for Saturday. Because I really want to start a new playthrough, Ronnie. It's like, I want to finish this base, I want to get all the achievements in a single playthrough, but I want to be able to do it where the frame rate is not completely dog water. And that's what sucks so much. It's like, this has fixed a lot. It really has. It is performing a hell of a lot better than it was. But I'm like, man, couldn't I have had that without having to go through all of the effort of debugging every single tile for the last 2 hours to fix this situation? Can't have nice things sometimes, Oxygen not included. Can't have nice things. Okay. Let's see. You know what? We're gonna give you the works, buddy. Why not? Okay. Battery. We need one of these. I want one Trailblazer module. We will make you out of gold because we can. And after that, well, he doesn't get an artifact for that, so I guess we can just give him all the extra power he's gonna need because he's gonna be drifting in deep space, pretty much completely screwed. Yeah, that'll do. I could technically put a rover module on that. Just that way the Dupe would have a friend, even though I know the robot, like the actual thing gets destroyed either way. So I'm like, screw it. He gets a Trailblazer module and just in case he actually makes it through the rift without horribly dying. You can actually start refueling the rocket now. Yeah, I'm just glad that we got the FPS back to reasonable levels. That was terrible. Like, that was really, really awful. I know. Dean, why are you standing down here? You're doing this to literally peeve me, aren't you? Get up there. He just wishes to stay there for a little bit longer. Dean, you really are a dumbass dude sometimes, I swear. Like, I would just stand in the red bolt beam. You have every other tile to stand on. You can come from above. It's actually easier to reach it from above. Proceeds to stay below anyway and gets shot in the head twice. Leave it to Gene. There we go. Okay. Let's deconstruct this. I'm almost tempted to build it in the same way as Sputnik 4. But also I love the randomized name. Prototype XL. Freaking nice. I don't want to fill this with too much stuff. I just want to fill it with just enough. And the only reason being is I'm very certain that if I add too much materials, it will crash the game. They did fix this problem, so it should be okay to put the suit dock there. Or do I want to do it? You know what? Nah. I still don't trust that. For reference, there is a bug. Well, there was a bug when you put the Atmosuit dock in the doorway. Sometimes the dupe could go through the doorway without actually hitting the Atmosuit dock, and vice versa. So it would normally break. Normally not that big of an issue, but lately it's been a problem in the past, so I don't trust it. And let's see. How do we... Because again, this rocket is going to the end of the world and beyond, so to speak. This bug boss in the solution zone in Honkai. I don't even play Honkai, but that still sounds like ass. uh... Yep, that's no problem. I need to connect you to you. I need to orbit this thing around. Yep, we've cut the autosave time considerably. God damn it. That hurts me inside. So much. Okay. Rocket control station. Here. All bugs on the field when that shields are up. Oof. That sucks. Okay, we need that. I need regular gas vent on the floor. That's fine. Rocket control station. Filter for oxygen. We need... I can actually branch this thing over. The door. This is fine. Get that. I need a sensor, but I need to put in the doors. Checkpoint. One atmosphere up. Oops, that's made out of aluminum. Not make that out of aluminum. Make that out of gold, please. Little AoE ones, and then they explode, causing the main boss to get vulnerable debuff. Ah, got it. Got it. Okay. Metal tiles. That. No, they can just... Yeah, they can climb too. Okay, that should leave that room open. That gives me how much room? 30 tiles. Okay, I need a fridge. I actually need. And I need a sensor. No, not pressure. I need element sensor. There we go. So that'll connect to that pump. So that'll only run then. I need to add a power switch. The rocketry power switch. Should go here. And that also means we can take the wire. There. Oh, gotcha. That is fair. Oh, I still want to be able to put a light in here. It speeds up everything. That's why I'm like, I want to put a light, but it won't fit. Technically, I can make it fit by doing this, and it's going to look a little weird, but it'll work. You know what? Lab flask. A worthy light bulb. And the bigger problem... Okay, now the fun begins. So this is the outlet pipe. This has to go all the way up and around. This is also my radiator. So this is the toilet water, as well as the radiator for the entire facility inside this rocket. I can go backtrack that one. And we need one liquid output there. Specifically to force the water through. I do it like this, so that way it'll work as a lock. Sever the endpoint. And that's our primary radiator source. We need one mess table. I need one fridge. We need it in a container. I need a water cooler. Actually, I think we have the space. Let's keep the water cooler there. You there. That one's that. I need one mess table here in the corner. CO2 basin here. And two pictures there. Construction teams. I'm gonna need you guys. So yeah, our dupe will be, well, If the game doesn't crash when I send this through the rift, the dupe is probably going to be the safest dupe I could possibly send without building him his satellite base that I was planning on doing. But the satellite sent through the rift crashed the game every time. So, sadly, we are not going to be able to do that. Oh, also, let me do... There we go. Hey, swamp charts. Fudgel electrical engineering, animal lover, gourmet. Nope. And a narcolept. Ugh. If this was earlier, obviously, Leah, we would have taken you. Narcolept with green thumb crop tending. No interest in it, but that's very nice to see. Anyone else get injured? They're injured. Yeah, the rocket will get refilled. We're going to go pick up our dupe and pretty much finish out the playthrough tonight. Obviously, there's still GMOK and a couple other things, but yeah. I think it's rift time. Mostly before... I mostly want to hit the rift before we hit 3,000, just in case the game actually just crashes every single attempt that we do. I have a sneaking suspicion that that might end up being the case if I don't do this now. How is that not overcooked already? Huh. I have so much dirt locked away in that little box. Okay, that's actually a problem. Dupes, can you please mop up the excess liquids? Thank you. I'll be done with that shortly. Wondering what was going on. Thank you, Dupes. I'm assuming that was ice runoff. Be my best guess. So nice seeing everything actually running and not like, you know, 3 FPS. I'll still be a bit... Mostly Bear needs to get in there and just build. I need the other dupes to deliver stuff for him. Right. Yeah, that had to have been ice runoff. How cold is that? No? Hey, where did a pipe break? There was none. Huh. I'm assuming that was ice, but it's not... The temperatures don't indicate that. Weird. Yeah, I have no idea. I think a duplicate may have just accidentally spilled some water on the ground without actually being anywhere, because that bottle emptier is non-active. I have no idea. target here. Pretty sure I've still got a lot of projectiles going into space right now. Okay, only 2. Good. Yeah, we will be sending the rocket over to Flippelin, and we will be defrosting the Dupe. Which, that will also knock off one of the achievements anyway. I might need to put him in the wheel now, so... You know what? Screw it. Cactus, hit the button. There we go. A barely working cryotank 3000 has been uncovered containing a Turner inside in a frozen state. Slow Cactus was successful in thawing Turner, and this encounter has filled both Duplicants with a sense of hope, something they will desperately need to keep their morale up when facing the dangers ahead. Turner has thawed. Turner looks... Oh, wait, there he goes. Welcome, bud. Oh god, the frame rate. It didn't like me defrosting Turner. Where are you going, Turner? No. You are not prepared. You have not been on a wheel yet. Soon, though, I will be sending a rocket to pick you up. But you are not prepared. There you go. As much as I want you to go out into space right now, yeah, your speed is, not good. See that bio. You are a gourmet, which, not happy about that. -1 food burn, that's pain. Sparkle Streaker, though. Shabby Dresser, with Ancient Knowledge, 3 skill point. Decorating, Doctoring, and Ranching. Not bad. Age 4,268 cycles. Oh dear lord. That's funny. Oh my goodness. Well, he comes with an okay sweet, like, actual swath of stuff. Not bad. Also, who is currently having the toilet issue? I guess it's somebody in the rocket. No, you're just hungry. You aren't having the issue. Who's having the toilet issue? There's no high-end orders right now. I'm confused. Which dupe is it? One of my dupes is having a bad time. Don't know. But yes. We need to go to priorities. Also, I'm pretty sure we have all the research done, right? Yes. Yeah, everything's completed. Literally everything. Okay, let's find our new Turner. We probably need to make a new schedule just for him later. There it is. There's our Turner. He is a gourmet, but he doesn't really care for it. You want high life support, 1 toggling, operating, you want high. Ranching, you do have husbandry, but I don't really want you messing with them yet. Cooking, you know what? Screw it, go for it. Help out, would you? Fighting can be 1, rocketry needs to be maxed, doctoring... I'll leave you as neutral, that's fine. Dinging is a no. Y is -1, storing should be there. Okay, let's give Turner, our defrosted friend, his own schedule. He's gonna get 5 off, 3 for bath. Should be enough. Okay, Turner, where are you? Here. There we go. The defrosted friend. Okay, bud. Do I have space to give you your own bedroom? Not really. I need to send him a suit, actually, is what I need to do. I get back to main base real quick. I might send him with a mug as well. I don't know. We'll see. Ah, what suit to send Turner through the rift with? That's the big question. I have no idea. I'm debating between spiffy overalls or snazzier green. You know what? Snazzier green it is. We have almost vented the entire chamber. Almost. I need to put in a cooling loop. That's really the only thing stopping this entire setup right now. As that needs to be my battery brick for this planet. That's what we were working on before. I'm gonna pause it for now. Oh, there's still gas transferring temperatures safely. Nope, only achievement earned. Oh, other than, you know, defrosting a dupe. Yep. Yes, the achievements have been turned off for the time being because you have to use debug to actually fix the freaking game. Which again, slightly annoying. And I do need to land one rover onto the gassy moo planet. We ain't doing that. As I said, if Clay ever fixes the problem that they created, then I would say feel free to complete the playthrough on your own time and just go do that. Gassy moo is really the last big one. We'll hit the Great Escape and then that'll be it. I just wish the game would run better. That's really the biggest problem that we've got. I wouldn't have to use debug mode for this episode, as well as just in general if it wasn't such a problem. It sucks. That's all I'm going to say is it absolutely sucks that that's what's going on. Keep the pressure stabilized. No, no. We do still have some gases coming off. I won't. At least the rest of that is fixed. No, 19.8. Dang it. It's slightly short. Frustratingly so. Let's go check out our defrosted friend. I'm a little bit worried about his ability to do anything. Let's go find Turner real quick. He needs rocketry and that. Oh. Let's see. You know what? You get the rocket at. Because you will be piloting yourself into the into the unknown. Come on, Turner. Get the hat on. There we go. Good job, bud. Now, again, your priority should be allowing you to go on the wheel. Oh god, the frame rate. Yeah, having all my dupes open at the same time causes problems. There you are. Get that one negative. Alright, there you go. I think Turner might need another wheel. Wait, nope. Good job, buddy. Okay. Yeah, we need to get his athletics up. Oh man. He's almost 5,000 cycles old apparently. Yeah, he's 4,269 cycles old. Nice. That's incredibly funny. That is great. Oh my god. Oh. Really did pick the perfect time to defrost him. Okay, he should be doing fine now. Our game's performance is falling as we're building the other rocket. A little concerning, but it should be fine. Rocket fully filled? It is. Okay. Safety's on. What's causing the problems now? Not seeing any more weird mixed gases, so that's always an improvement. Little bits of CO2 here and there, but everything else seems to be pretty stable. At least it's not as bad as it was, though. And I'll take anything over what that was. That was terrible. Alright, just refill those systems. And we do need to build these 4 here. I'll probably have Gene take the rocket over and then drop Turner off when they get back. And we'll have Gene do the piloting, and it should be at the bottom. There we go. Make sure Turner is selected, and make sure that Gene is selected. We'll use Gene to pick up Turner, then have Turner fly off into the rift. It'll be a one-way trip, but he can definitely make it. And then we cross our fingers and pray the game doesn't explode. By the power of Randy Random, please don't kill my freaking save. Thanks. Oh, I think Bear is radiation sickness. It's minor. I'll be fine. I love my speedy dupes. Good job, team. Good job. It is kind of incredible how bad the game is performing now. Like, I think if I vacuumed most of the maps, I could probably get it back up to 30 FPS at least. When, you know, yellow alerting. Right now it's like barely 15. Alright, still check. The 18 at the moment. Oof. It do be a chuggin'. I might need to move this painting and put plastic above it just to protect from radiation. And we can use that as a filter for oxygen specifically. And it's definitely frustrating though. I have no idea what was in that hotfix that caused all the FPS problems. I have no idea at this point. Obviously there's been complaints on the forums, but that's really been about it. And there's been very little communication nowadays. They're mostly bug fixing other issues, like crashing problems and whatnot. Whenever you see a large bout of hotfixes for Oni, at least as of late, it's normally because of glitches, problems, or the game just exploding. Not much we can do about it, you know? It sucks, but the issue. I'm also hoping whatever the next DLC that they decide to add doesn't completely brick the game. As to be honest, that would suck. Obviously, it's always a possibility, but you know. Having a mega base such as this one, it's like, it would suck to have it completely disabled due to an update. That's such a nice base. I really wish we didn't have to use debug to actually view a base like this. That's the one thing I still wish that they would fix. Is obviously debug removes your ability to see achievements or you know, just get achievements. But it's one of those things where it's like I shouldn't have to actually enable debug mode just to be able to get a nice full overview of my base. What's my temperatures at the moment? So nice. It can be, yeah. Like, that's the thing. Auction Not Included is one of, I mean, again, it's one of my favorite things to play. It's one of the games that I normally play every single night. And then, obviously, we had the hotfix, which then almost bricked my save here. So, it's like we've been doing this playthrough since... You know what, let me pull up the exact date. I know that the big anniversary date for me was the Rad New Worlds update, which was the reset point for where I really wanted to push. Like, it cemented my desire to actually do a mega base in this fashion, and it really cemented what I was going to do for the whole playthrough. And then we just kept going that way until obviously the more recent issues with the actual hotfixes, where stuff would just destroy the entire playthrough from time to time, where it was just like, okay, I'm spending most of my time on stream fixing issues that Clay accidentally created, and that sucks. That's just, it happens. It's terrible, but it's like, okay, well, we'll work around it. It's fine. When the FPS starts dying, that's when it becomes really hard to, really push through it, because it's not a good viewing experience for me, and I'm the one building the dang thing. So it's like, it really sucked. Yeah, the first playthrough was started on March 6th, 2022. That was when we started this one. Yeah. Oh, man. Just over. It's been so long. I believe I started a little bit earlier because that was when I got the first upload up. It's been so long. You also see the performance starting to dip. Well, the longer I'm in this thing. I don't know. I would hope so in Trove, but I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, it's such a pretty... I will be fully honest, this is such a freaking pretty base that I've actually made. Like 3 primary spines, the whole thing is nice and organized directly in the center of the map. We have a freaking nuclear reactor at the very bottom. It's all nice and compartmentalized. I normally, the way I build bases and Action Not Included is very organic because I'll just end up laying out the foundation from the center point, wherever our actual drop point is, where we spawn in, then just build out from there. And then every time we run into a new point of interest, I recalibrate how we're going to do the builds. Like every single building, every single room, it all has to be done around the points of interest. I really wish we didn't have to use debug to get a view like this. It's great for content creators like me because I will be making a time lapse of the entire playthrough. Like 2 years of work is going to be time lapse for YouTube, which will be nice. I really doubt most people are going to see it other than you guys, which is good in all honesty. But it's very much a chapter on this base that we're pretty much done. Like we just got to wait on the rocket to finish. We're going to go pick up our defrosted dupe, send him to the rift, and I can pretty much call that complete. I would have liked to get the other achievements, but obviously the game is running like absolute crap. So there's a point where I'm like, we can't, the base is not going to be able to continue until Cly figures out what they broke. And it sucks. But I may end up finishing off the non-debugged base if they ever fix it. If the base is able to run where it was before the hotfix, then yeah, we'll get. What's the highest attribute level you can get? Level 20. You can get higher, but obviously Vineyard here has level 26 in machinery, but it mostly requires either, you need the interest, you need them to be a sparkle streaker, and you would need other bonuses. Zhao is 29 in athletics right now because of the suit bonus. I think Bucket is 28. Yes, you can. So 20 is the max base level. Let me just zoom in here. Let me see if I can find Bucket real quick. Yeah, why are we having... Where's this water coming from? I have no idea where the water's coming from. We're just randomly having water leakage. Weird. But yes, let me find Bucket real quick. Or Zhao. I think Zhao is a pretty good contender. Yeah, Zhao right now, skill level 20, because I have, we do have the actual, treadmill setups. So you just put a light bulb on it, or you just connect them to an excess power source, and then they can get their athletics and machinery up. Suit sustainability training gives you +2. Sparkle flattered, which means if you've got a sparkle streak that ran by, you get another 5. And then obviously regular exosuit training is an extra 2 when they're not in a suit. If they are a sparkle streaker, I believe you can reach 34. I think it was the highest we've seen so far. But you would need both. What was it? It was sparkle streaker and all the bonuses plus. I think it was balloon artist. Yeah. Primo is at 32 at the moment. And then you could also use one of the spices for extra movement speed. Primo. Roger that, no coming. Yeah, Primo should be in main base. Where are you? There he is. Is there any prototype? What are you at? Yep, Sparkle Streaking gives you 8, 2, and 2 with skill level 20. If you had... Let me think. If you had the Asteroid perk as well, the new one, you could get another 5 if it was during an asteroid. And then if you had the perk for Night Owl, at night you could get another 3. So you would be able to get 40 athletics in total. And that'd be the highest you could get because of Sparkle Streaker. I don't think any other profession can reach that high. Only because of Sparkle Streaker's bonus being 8. Yeah. I'm pretty sure 40 is the cap. some of my dupes decided to take their suits off because they decided to build this first. Okay. Who was in the room? Bear. Commander. Who else is in here? And Keo. I had a feeling I would need to keep an eye on them eventually. Because one of them was going to be stupid enough to do this. Keo. Where's Keo? Oh, game don't crash. We did save, but game don't crash. It's idiots. There we go. Doesn't help that the game is still running like garbage at times. Come on guys, turn it off. Sometimes I do just completely keep the atmosuit checkpoint. Oh my god. Come on, hell shot. You fool! Suit up, buddy. Thank you, Bucket. Yeah, sometimes you just don't build the checkpoint at all first and just build everything else, then go for it. And that should keep them safe from now on. I had a feeling that would happen at one point, so I was just waiting for the alert. So is the temperature stabilized in here? Yes, it did. Okay, good. I was hoping I wouldn't need to go in there to do anything, so it looks like we're safe. Everything else should be functional. Still getting rid of all of the polluted dirt that we've got laying around that really needs to just be processed and then removed. I could glass it, but I really don't feel like spending that much resources on it. I will admit, the next base, I'm really hoping that we actually have a thing of neutronium at the bottom here. Because then I can do another core nuclear reactor. It's just a fun and stupid idea at the same point. Also because it just takes forever to clean out. Obviously, you can use nuclear waste to clean it out, but if you're making your nuclear reactor in the basin of your core of your planet and need to remove all the lava in the first place, it's kind of moot to do so. Totally can, it's just kind of an option. You're better off just using multiple water and just water blading your way through everything. It works better. The cleanup, though, is a pain in the butt. So probably don't want to be pumping more fluids into the room. Give it a very tiny amount for one blob each, and that's it. Yeah, we get random water. Let's just clean it up real quick. Why did that pipe break all of a sudden? Huh. Water is stable. Temperature is stable. I don't... Huh. Could have been from the vacuum when we were cleaning up. And froze, possibly. It would have had to have been, like, instantaneously frozen and then undo it. Weird. Oh, no. Oh. A very nice pay and a very nice Catalina. Studying, ranching, supplying with electrical engineering, narcolept. Very clean, quick learner. Gabe, you know I'm finishing up. That's why you're sending me all the good dupes now. That's funny. Not bad, not bad. Oh, the rocket's almost ready. Soon. Soon. Actually, how is Turner doing? Oh, he's having a moment. Oh, man, he's sparkle streaked and he's just too slow. He's gonna get all of his skills up though, which is a good sign. Oh, yep. Sparkle streaker 8. That's nuts. I should be able to maybe get him to level 4 before the rocket's done. I really doubt it. It's gonna be like level 3. And Sparkle Streak is gonna be the thing that carries him all the way to the end. Oh my. Well, we overwatered the entire base over there. Probably need to separate that then. It's too much. It was too powerful. There we go. I'm assuming it's because we had all the water activate simultaneously is probably what was going on. I was pretty sure all my points of interest were going to be aligning soon, so it was going to cause a massive overflow of water. I'm just very proud of how much we've made already. And how much more we can actually make, because we have an unlimited supply of uranium and supercoolant. Is fullerene. Trying to get the pipes going here shortly. Those doors in. There, do you have more minor radiation sickness again? Yeah, you do. Gosh darn it. Actually, how much radiation are we outputting here? 18k. Yeah, we're at 122,142 rads per cycle. I'm 140,046.2 kilograms of nuclear waste in a single tile in a hypercompression chamber. Guys, can you at least finish the floor? I just need you to build the floor. They want to build everything else. I do need to add one branch point and connect it to the dock. Also, bear really shouldn't be in here, so let me do all that first. I mostly need to get the gases actually into the chamber in the first place. Which means making sure this vent's working and we can pump oxygen into the room. And yes, our oxygen network is absolutely massive. Because it needs to be able to house pretty much the entire Dupe colony in one base if I needed to. That and the sheer amount of materials that we are just venting into space. Because, well, we're not using it. So many cooling loops. Ugh. I wish there was an easier, simplified way of doing this. There just isn't. It's like we're running two Rodriguez's. One's actually attached to a compressor, so it just fills up the oxygen over about 40 kilograms per tile. And the other one's just, it's literally the backup in case anything goes wrong, but the primary one is easily able to handle everybody. But the sheer amount of hydrogen that the bees produce, as well as everything else that's getting made in the base, as well as what needs to be vented out into space, is just, it's rough. It's so much material. It really is. I love the fact that you can see all the little operations going simultaneously. It's so much stuff. It's so beautiful, but it's... Ugh. The inner machinations of my freaking base. Oh, Theo is now minor radiation poisoning. Spiced food only. Edible. And we want pickled meal. We need 50 kilograms. Actually, wait. Probably don't want to set that up yet. Soon, but not yet. Everything else is prepped. Just waiting on the dupes to get the vents all set up and build the last remaining bits. Should be able to lower the temperature in here. I don't know why all of the steel decided to temp up. Assuming it's the battery power outlet causing the problem. Either that or the gold was too hot when they put it in. Yeah, either way, the water and air vents should be able to handle the temperature so we don't have to worry about it too much. Come on, autosave. It is actually faster. Only a bit, but it is faster. Come on, dupes. You're so close. You're so close to done. Oh man. I think that should be reachable from the corner. Nope. Well, Grimm's coming up to paint. I'm actually kind of wondering which painting they're gonna get. And nope. They stopped. No, Grimm, come back. Dang it. Oh well. There's not the case. This will get done shortly. As long as the materials are in it. And here's hoping that this rocket, with as limited as... This is literally the baseline amount of materials required to build a rocket. To see it dupe off. I definitely need to expand that door up by 1. Actually, it needs to go up by 2. Actually, I can do the silly and just do this. We move you up by 1 and move the door over by 1. And that will solve the bathroom problems. I can also just scoot that door up and we'll still get enough space. Bell me, station. Let's see, we do need medical and a hand sanitizer station, which we can get rid of that. Actually, can we be cheeky about this? The dibs can climb over this without much issue. I'm wondering if I can be very cheeky with the corner edge here. That's still 32 and that should be safe. A hand sanitizer. Got it. Negative the steel. Fine. There's the recreation room and disable the building because it's a waste of water, unironically. How are you doing on your radiation? There's our washroom completed. And she's almost ready to go. Water's coming in. Atlas suit dock will be filled first. And then we should be good to go. Great Hall, which is good. I need to set Turner. I don't want to select him until he actually gets here. And Faust. What? It prioritizes the room first. Sorry, the actual suit dock first. Then the room. Okay, good. Should fully be able to saturate the entire chamber. Hopefully the temperature starts to fall shortly. Need 2,000. Oof. See already. I think our temperatures are leaking out a bit too much. Let's see here. We are seeing the temperature starting to fall, but I may need to cycle the water through the system. Or add some radiant plates, I guess. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, let's fill out the food. We'll send Jean over once the other... Yeah, once the other art piece is done, we'll send Jean over to pick up Turner. And then we'll take him back and send him off to the Rift. Our little defrosted buddy has done exactly what he was supposed to do. He survived almost 5,000 cycles. It's crazy to me. Actually need to add a second mess table, specifically when Jean and him will be in here together. You mind getting up there and finishing the project? Also, oh, you know what? We'll just leave it open. Why not? Thank you, Grim. Double food, really? You know what? Behold, orc. Should hopefully allow them to do what I want them to do. Any way I can add a switch to this? There's no space for a dupe sensor. If nobody's in the rocket control room, nobody gets to. And it does reach. Hooray! Just barely. Then you get another light switch in here to speed up their eating process. Doesn't really help them that much in the rocket, but it's like, you know what? Screw it. That'll do. Okay, dupes. Let's get that done. Really hoping we get the temperatures down, though. The light bulb is heating up the area. Now the temperatures are slowly starting to stabilize, so that's always good. Door's looking pretty good. Could probably add another thing up here, but I think it'll be fine. There's the other mess table done. Just need Bear or... yeah, I just need Bear to show up and get this over with. Thanks, bud. Okay, lights off. And again, I would automate the process of this, but it's like there's no room. So screw it. Also, let me up priorities here. Yep, spiced food only. Oatmeal, which is gonna last forever. I just need the dupes to finish that off, and then we should be good to go. probably recycle the water now. It just goes back into the system. There we go. And okay. If I was finish that off, we'll have Gene come in, and that should be it. Nice. Yold. A fork. Yeah, we're just cycling water through and cooling down the entire ship real quick. Yes, for anyone wondering about rocket design, really the only two things that you actually need in a rocket is a grate hull and a washroom. That's it. Ships don't need to sleep, like, they can just pass out on the floor, it doesn't really matter. You can always get rid of the rocket control station if you're doing it at max difficulties, because if you have this kind of setup, all you need to do is have the materials in here and put a... not the triage. You can put the triage up here if you need to, but massage table just goes in here, and this becomes a massage clinic. Weirdly enough, that it works perfectly fine. But that's really about it. That's if you're not melting the walls, of course. Preferably, you'd want 2 suit docks. That way you can have 2 spare suits at full charge. And for oxygen-wise, normally you would want to put the piping in the same way as water. And you can use it as a filter system. Same kind of mechanic here. And that last strip of water for the toilet. And get more water into the system itself. Because this one just goes right back into the entire tank and then gets redistributed. So that one just goes right back down there. Any spare extra water that gets sent through the system eventually ends up through the toilet system, and then the spare excess water gets sent all the way down over and around through here, distributed and tanked. And the entire nuclear base is operated off of all the spares. And the rockets and the rest of the base is operated off this liquid reservoir, which is pretty much completely self-contained. If anyone is wondering, 2 tanks in a basic configuration. Output, no, I should say input is here, excess input is here. If this tank fills, this liquid shut-off activates. Quite basic, but extremely effective. And let me fill that up real quick. We're down to 38 degrees and 35 there. Come on, honey. Yeah, to say it was chugging. There we go. Oof, it reached 22 in there. I think it might be time we turn off the, yeah, I think it's time we turn off the rod bolt generators for just a little bit. The heat they're making is a little bit strong. Because right now we have no radiant heat we have no radiant cooling because I'm assuming the point of interest is dead. No, it's not dead. It's just, will be soon. Let's let them all cool off. Enjoy the fact that it's 19 over here, 120 over here, and it's like negative 104. Hey, joyous seeds. Anemic. Ouch. Sorry, Nisbet. Gastrophobia, iron gut, radiation eater. Ugh, stinky. If only. If only radiation eater was actually good. It actually hurts me inside looking at radiation eater. It takes a little bit of radiation from your dupe and then converts it into calories, but every time that they go to the bathroom, they clear out almost all of the radiation that they have built up for the day, and in doing so, radiation eater perk just doesn't work unless they're constantly exposed. They have to be next to. They need to be a glow stick and a radiation eater for a radiation eater to work, which is kind of crazy. Temperatures are already starting to fall. That's good. Yep. Shades per cycle, 0. What is that? 99% fresh. It will forever stay that way. Oh, here comes the spare water. It cycled through the entire base. Now it's on its way back. It does take it a while to go through the entire base, though. That. Didn't actually check how many eggs are there. $1,180 debris. Oh, it's 118, which would be a lot. It's definitely a lot. Pretty sure it's not all eggs, obviously, because we are putting plastic in there, so. I just gotta wait on the water to flow in. To be honest, once the entire pipe network is filled, we should be good to go for a launch. I could add more oxygen for tank storage, but it's not really needed. At least not for this trip, because again, it's a one-way trip. The more material I shove in this rocket, the more dangerous this becomes. And not for the dupes, but for the game save. I think this is the best we're gonna get without possibly overfilling it with too much materials and causing a game crash once this thing goes through the rift. I am very worried about it. And again, if anyone wishes to play this playthrough, I do have the entire save backed up on my Google Drive on Discord. So that is marked in the Action Not Included thread. I do need to make mention of it just in case. How's Turner holding up? Should check the gases, what I should do. Okay, so we had yet more polluted oxygen outbursts. As you can see, the game's performance does start to dip as I let more and more gases build up over all of the bases. It was more and more of a problem. I think for the most part, though, the polluted oxygen in this section is actually venting. At least properly, anyway. That's all sealed in now. I'm quite certain most of the gases inside the base should be safe. Shine bug, leftover materials, but you know. Thankfully, Butalin, what we did to fix it definitely helped. Just cleaned up most of the mixed gases. Little bit left over. Well, you're the one I'm actually worried about the most. How are you doing? The Dupes did not finish the vents. There we go. That would have helped. Nope. Are we out of water now? Or is it just on the pipe? Oh, okay. Nighttime's coming along, things are powering down. All of them still doing okay. We still have a puffed in space over here. Oh. How's the water situation? No waves yet again. Fine. I don't know how you guys hold up. Still feel like we're outputting more water than when we, or well, consuming more water than we need. Only slightly. Leaking oxygen anywhere? Nope. No clue. I will never understand the pancake recipe. Like that's one of those ones where I'm like, I don't get that one. Making raw eggs is such a pain in the butt. Like, I think that's actually like the worst part. Making raw eggs is actually just completely ass right now. So you would never do it. Like taco fillets is fine, barbecue's fine because it's just meat. Cross buns is just sweet wheat. Pickled meal is just meal ice. Into the grapefruit. Like all of these are perfectly fine. Then you get this one, and it's just like, no. Even the omelet, no. Like you keep the omelet there, but it's only whenever you make a mistake. It's never like the primary food source. Because the kilocalories for getting an egg versus just getting the meat out of them it's not worth it. You also can't really automate the process either, and it requires a dupe to be there to do things. Which really, really, really sucks. Much extra water lying around. Oh, the entire pipe. Got it. Well, alright. I guess they're ready to go. Go grab our other duplicate and get about our business. Everything else is taken care of. It's gonna be hot, but it won't be miserable. Okay, Gene. It is time. Also, probably should rename Turner. Then again, I don't really think it's worthwhile to rename the duplicant that's defrosted because, again, his objective is to reach the rift in all of my playthroughs, so he kind of just gets to keep whatever name he started with. Swimming bathroom, yes. Okay, Gene. Done your business. The game is running like shit again. I'm gonna have to go back through and clean up the gases again. You can tell it's getting worse. It's like, oh crap, no. Gene. Gene, you have custom access. Come on, buddy. Oh no, it's not gonna because Turner's not here. I guess not what's going on. Yep. Wait, you eating right now? You were. Weren't. Okay. There you go, bud. And we have liftoff. These don't melt. Oh. Very close. Okay. The plastic is safe. None of my dupes got around to moving it. I'm almost tempted next time to use more refined carbon. Just that way we would have a better radiation blocker in general. Not needed, it's just one of those, maybe. Okay, we need to go pick up our new duplicant. We need to come back to main base, refuel, and then prep Turner for his trip to the Rift tonight, and then that will be it. I just wish I could figure out. I'm 99.9% sure it's the gases, because we cleaned it up, we were getting good FPS, and as we've continued for the last 3.5 hours, the performance has gone much, well, it's gone back to being terrible again. And it's mostly all the polluted water issue. I think we'll just go through and start deleting this. Because everywhere that there's polluted water, it's going to off-gas no matter what I do. And even if I dump it into space, sometimes it can still rear its ugly head. I'm spending more time trying to fix the FPS issue than I am actually playing, and it's very much showing. It's like, oh, game, please. Stop doing this. I want you to work. See how the base actually looks. Eventually, I do want to at least, like, obviously we've been trying to fix the problem, but I do want to actually see this base all the way through with all achievements. It'll be off stream though, at this point. I think episode 174 is going to be, well, obviously this is going to be a long one tonight. And then 175 will probably just be the time lapse. And that's what I'll count it as. That way we can end on a pretty nice note, even with the base being as laggy and FPS. Well, it has no FPS, I should say. And it's mostly just down to mixed gases, as we can easily spot. I pretty much vacuumed up all of it, and then it's just, oh, well, our performance is returned. And as time has gone on, it's only gotten worse. See how main base looks. I really, really, really wish I didn't need to use debug for this, but there we go. Yeah, the performance is only getting worse. Operations are the same. There's no changes in duplicant or automation times. Just mixed gases are starting to rear their ugly head again, and it's becoming a problem. And yes, for anyone starting oxygen not included, or someone I would say that would be intermediate or even in-game, don't do what I do, where we actually set goals for maintaining multiple active atmospheric bases. Just vacuum every planet, and then have like a small habitable zone for like a dupe or maybe two. But just make sure you vacuum the atmosphere. Gases are really the biggest problem right now. I don't know what they did with that last hotfix, but if you're going for more optimization, just remove the atmosphere and all your problems go away. Yeah, we've been on this playthrough for over 2 years, and it's like, soon I'll be starting a new one. But today is pretty much the last one besides doing the time lapse. I have no idea how long it's going to take me to make that time lapse though. In testing, I was like, oh dear. Randy Random, save me. No, that broke. Okay. How? 19 degrees C. Waiting repair, negative 70. What? Insulated liquid pipe, negative 73 C. Vacuum. There's got to be an interaction going on that I'm not seeing. The water is 17 and the pipe is an insulated pipe. It's freezing the system. Okay. Okay, oops, just deconstruct that real quick. We're gonna mop that up. And I need to... We're just gonna have to leave that, I think. Like that. Let's get rid of that. And rebuild the pipe. Showers are almost completely useless unless you're dealing with a large number of radioactive contaminants, which we do have to deal with in this base. But that's the only reason to use it. It has no other purpose otherwise. So yes, personal recommendation, don't use a shower. It does technically create a tiny amount. I think it's like 5% extra water. Even though it's like, oh, it generates 1,000 and consumes 1,000. It's actually 1,000.5 or whatever. So it does actually, for some reason, generate a tiny amount of water. But the only reason that you should ever have a shower in your base is if you're dealing with nuclear contaminants. That's really about it. And technically slime lung as well. The slime lung will go into the water supply, but then it gets eradicated, so... Especially if you have your water supply attached to chlorine. Nuclear contaminants just go poof, so... Just want to make sure you wash them off. Otherwise your glow stick dupes will be glowing a lot brighter than normal. And that's not a good thing. Also, I'm assuming he's not here yet. Nope, not yet. 0.3 cycles. Soon. Nope. Never read. Wildish. Not bad. Not bad. Wildish is a weird one because you naturally planted it slightly. Well, most of the radioactive plants naturally planted are actually pretty good. They're not amazing, but yeah, exuberant still is the best. Just a pain in the butt to get more of them. Nope. Come on, frame rate, stay with me. I just fixed you. Stay with me. Shovels are actually doing quite well. I'm proud of the little guys. I also really wanted to clean this out at some point. Oh, I can get the bees down there. It's just going to take forever to clean up all the excess water that we used to clear the core. There was so much lava that needed to be eradicated. Might need to stop taking in more salt water as well. Also, because we broke the 1,000 kilogram per tile mark. We were at 700 and now we're at 1,000. Yeah. That'll do. To be able to vent everything else there. Start reducing the amount of mass in you to increase temperatures. You always want to have a setup where it's set to maximum, which is 20, and around 120 is where you want it. That way you can reduce the pressure in there and increase the temperatures. A little bit counterintuitive, but it is how it works. There's less mass, it's easier to warm it up. Even though, technically speaking, when you start reaching these kinds of pressures, it should be warming itself. It won't. Okay. Let me find Turner. Where is he? Turner, I know you're on the list. Where are you? There's Gene. There's Turner. Okay. Change target. Back to base. Okay, bud. You gained a skill point, so I can actually make your life a little bit easier. No. You're halfway there. Ah, well. Poor Turner. You know what, Turner? You're getting the follow cam the whole way. Even if the frame rate is dying because of it. My poor dude. How's your calorie count? Okay, you're good. Oh, he's gonna be so slow getting to the ship. This hurts. Sorry, chat. This hurts me inside to watch. I approve. He has enough skill points for suit wearing, but yeah, his athletic skill is it's getting there. Yeah, +1. Ouch. Come on, Turner, you can do it. I just defrosted you and you've been alive in the base longer than we've been here. You've been alive for 4,276 cycles in a cryo tube. There you go. Ah, he is chugging. Run, my duplicate, run! Thankfully, he won't have to move much. He'll be living in the rocket until it reaches the rift. He has done his duty of staying alive to finish the mission. I approve. If only the game the FPS would have survived, to where we didn't need to use debug today to actually be able to pull this off. Okay. Get that rocket launched. They're all ready to go. Begin launch sequence. And yes, it does absolutely irradiate the hell out of everything. Off they go. I am going to hope... Okay, good. Gene is the pilot. I was gonna say, please let Gene be the actual pilot here. I don't exactly trust Turner with the pilot with 0 pilot skills right now. Well, I should say level 1. His morale is fine. Gene's morale is fine. We're good. Yeah, land, refuel, and then send Turner on his way. He will be making it to the temporal tear, and that'll be that. Yep. Even with the fixes and the... It pains me that my game is running like this. It really does. We made it almost 3,000 cycles. And doing one singular debug run got our FPS back. And over time, as we've been going, we're almost at 4 hours now. And it's just slowly deteriorated back again. And it's literally just the gases. Like, deleting critters does nothing. I really wish it did something. It doesn't. Removing liquids from every map did nothing. Even the ones that were technically moving, it has almost no impact. Ugh, it's just moving gases. When mixed gases interact with each other, it's just the little pings that you're seeing on stream. Every single game tick is what's causing the problem. And it wasn't even like this. Like, I think that's the worst part is we made it 2 full years without this being a problem. And then, boom, hotfix, then problem. And it's like, game. Why? I think the worst part is there's really no way I can get around having mixed gases in certain situations. Spotums need mixed gases. So there's nothing you can do about that one. The Hydra technically gets around it by having liquids separate the mixed gases, but the mixed gases still technically interact in the machine, thus still technically causing a bit of latency issues. I should say UPS drop. If you're doing Drecos, Dreco farms either need oxygen and hydrogen in them, or they need chlorine and hydrogen. So you're always going to have that situation, no matter what you do. as they're one of the most efficient farms when it comes down to both meat and insulation production. There's really no getting around that. Obviously, where the Dracos can be is going to be hydrogen the entire time, but the farms definitely need to have chlorine in them to maintain the plants. That's if you're not doing plastics. If you're doing plastics, it's obviously oxygen. If you're dealing with slicksters, then normally you will have a mixture between crude oil and, well, crude oil, steam, polluted water, and petroleum, depending on what you're doing. So that's going to pretty much always end up like that. I think puffs are kind of the exception. Because if you're doing squeakies, you're going to have both polluted oxygen sometimes and bleachstone. It really just depends on materials. About it. Volcano tamers are perfectly fine, so that's always going to be one singular thing. Cool steam vents are always going to be one singular thing. Petroleum boilers, one material, so there's very little lag in that. After building a phosphorus boiler, I can say that with the mixed gases, it happens instantly and it dies out, so it's quite nice, but yeah. I do feel like there's got to be a better way to optimize the phosphorus boiler, but I can't think of anything. Maybe a one-line setup, but then you don't get as much gradual heating and cooling, so it might actually cause more problems. Phosphorite is weird. Phosphorite to pure phosphorus for the labs is such an awkward, like, setup. As the temperature changes. Melting point, 243, and then when you convert it, and it transitions, it's just very weird. Because, yeah, 243 to turn into liquid, pure, like, liquid phosphorus, and then it turns into refined phosphorus at 44.1. So it's like, yeah. And then this becomes even warmer. Like, you have to go to 280 to turn it into a gas. Phosphorus is a really weird material to work with in this game. Not bad, just very awkward. How are the dupes doing over here? Well, they have an ungodly amount of food, so we should be fine there. They're having some power issues, though. Shovels! Even more. And yes, as noted, I was planning on killing everything but the shovels, but the performance gain from them was literally non-existent. Hence my annoyance. Sure. Select the shovel eggs. Form. And yes, I did wipe out all the bees. I wiped out everything, and it did nothing, which is pain. It's literally just my mixed gases situation. And the CO2 output by the dupes, because there's so many dupes at this point, it's becoming an issue. I think the only real way I could deal with it would be to completely deconstruct the base, reconstruct the base, and then send them on up to just using the suit docks. And then probably just having them live in like little bedrooms. Like, it is possible to do so, but it would be very tedious. I would also probably have to expand this bottom again. Just because the throughput requirement for that many suits, more so than the actual bottom itself. The bottom itself is making more than enough oxygen. It's just, yeah, and so many pipes that would be required to be replaced. go see if they moved them yet. Yep. Okay, cool. I'm also kind of glad that killing off all the pips and everything else didn't actually improve performance, because it would have, I'll be honest, it would have sucked to actually have to kill every one of these little guys. I love my pips, so losing them due to performance issues when it's not actually them causing the issue is, yeah, that would have pained me greatly. Because I did actually kill them off in a test lab, and I was like, it did nothing! Crap! So I'm glad I don't have to kill them off. It is frustrating though that it's just the gases. It's flat out just the gases causing my base so many problems. Okay, we'll be there in 43 seconds. I don't think I actually have a bed for Turner. I mean, he only has a 4 morale requirement, so he doesn't exactly need a bed. He just needs a table to eat at. And you have plenty of spares, so yeah. You'll get to see the fruits of him being stuck in a cryotube for 4,269 cycles. Still can't believe we defrosted him at that point. That's so funny. Yeah, he'll finally get to see the base's, the fruits of its labor. I really wish that the frozen dupes could actually interact in a way that was different. But I also get that that would require a hell of a lot more programming. And find Turner here. There we go. Okay, Turner gets to just stay in here for the most part. He gets to leave, but how'd you go, bud? Okay, let me change crew though. Gene will not be taking this journey. This is a one-way trip to Destiny. Where is Turner right now? Lost him. Yeah, he ran to one of the other rockets. If he needs to, he can just go into the lab room. I know, bud. Yep. He's gonna run to the other spacefaring module. It'll take him a minute to get in and out. Man. He's a good dupe. Extremely fresh, but absolutely a good dupe. Waiting for him to catch his breath. Because he's got to make his way down this ladder, over and like up and over. I would have actually gotten rid of this tile piece and switched it out for plastic, but I remember right when I tried that, the radiation was leaking through. I think it should be fine now. Because the entire science lab with the rocketry lab is above it now. So that might speed up their travel from one point to the other. I don't know. Darn it, you gotta make it inside the base. Don't make me have to go send you with another suit. Yeah, let's speed him along, maybe he can pathfind. Because I know he can make it. The second he reaches the plastic tiles, he's gonna speed along, so... I might need to drop him a suit, like, right here, and have him switch. Plastic should be an improvement over the base terrain there. Come on, Turner, you can do it. Move your butt. Come on. There we go. 50% movement speed. Go, buddy, go! Yep. Yeah, he's gonna make it. There we go. And you've made it inside the base. Congratulations. It just took him 2 tries. Where he finally got it. Good job, Dupe. Where is he gonna go? Oh. Good man. Immediately runs for the manual generator. He needs his athletic skill up. I approve completely. He has a sore back, but he'll be fine. How is the decor in there? I know he's getting hit by radiation, but okay, that's fine. It's like minor radiation. I'll be fine. And we gotta refill the rockets. And he should be good to go. Let me make sure that he is able to eat here. Gene there. And Turner there. Yeah, Turner gets to see the fruits of 3,000 cycles worth of labor. Congrats, buddy. You've been stuck in a cryopod for 4,200 plus days. He's almost 4,300 cycles old now. I like how he went for the Really? Why'd you do that? Where are you going? Oh, he's actually going to help with space food. Okay, cool. Never mind then. I was wondering what he was doing. He's actually prepping his own food. I approve. Well, he's helping prep his own food, I should say. I'm also just watching him because he's, you know, brand new dude to the base. Okay. Just wish I didn't have to debug to fix all the problems. It's just gases. It's just gases. Also, did they actually finish his suit? Bing check. They did. Oh, Turner, you gotta go out with style. Where are you? Turner, get over here. I guess I have a snazzier green suit. Oh, once he gets up here anyway. What's the temperatures in here? 71, 11. Hot. And he's got it on. Okay, Turner, mission complete. You now have an automatic decor bonus, even though I believe you have negative decor. Alright, let me click on you. I just wish to check. Yeah, you have shabby dresser, so the suit should offset your problem. How goes rocket refueling? 2,400. It does have enough fuel to get there, but I'd rather refill it completely, just out of principle. It should just be Turner. No one else should be in this rocket under any circumstance. This is Turner's only goal, to reach the end and yeet himself through the rift. I'm gonna check on everybody else real quick. So far, so good. Probably need to send more petroleum. How much do we have left in the system? Never mind. 20 tons. I don't need to send any more than I think about it. It's like, wait, how much do I have? Oh, no. Got it. If I needed to send more, then I could. But you really don't need to. Probably just fill this thing on up completely. How much wastewater do we have right now? 1,628. I can totally filter the whole system if I really wanted to, but actually this and connect you. It can lag and not let me do it. There we go. We'll fill up the system and it should be that. This whole thing is completely automated, so I don't even have to worry about that one either. Wow. All of my tanks are full. Oof. 100. And the other one should be trigger up here. Wait, we have a gas somehow make its way. Uh-oh. I'm assuming water happens. I would make the assumption that yes. Ugh. I need to properly cool those things so that way the water doesn't get vaporized inside the pipe. Or just make pure insulation for them so that doesn't happen either. I think what's actually happening is it's happening in the rig itself, and then it's causing a problem. This is a very fine threshold where it starts having an issue. I think we're hitting it. It's when we're not looking at the planet, because the actual heat calculation isn't occurring. At least not on screen, so that's why it's randomly flashing. Pain in the butt, not the worst thing in the world, but definitely pain in the butt. Okay. I need... I have a feeling I might need a pump down here. Assuming most of the steam vaporized, it all went down to the bottom. Yep. I don't have any thermium, so I can't make any sort of specialized one yet. And just make it fine. Yeah, should do it. Temperature's dropped or is it only gone up? Pretty much gone up. Okay, good. All of you, turn back on, please. Probably need to go in there and remove the nuclear waste that's currently on the floor, but I'll hold off. I probably need to put Kyo in the suit and send them in. It's like, probably need to put them in the radiation suit. It gives them 99% resistance because they're a glow stick dupe. If I give them food, if I give them fish, it puts them over 100%, so they can just walk through radiation like it's nothing. And yes, if you ever see a glow stick dupe as your pick, please grab it. Glow stick dupes are really, really overpowered. The fact that they can reach over 100% radiation protection is still dumb. I love it. It's so good, but it's... Radiation Eater should be at least somewhat have any level of radiation protection, and it just doesn't. That's why it's just... yeah, it ain't worth it. Glow stick, on the other hand, 33% base resistance is... it is way too good. Sure, they're a walking radioactive nuclear reactor, but their radiation output is very minuscule, and they can handle their own output, so it's of no consequence. still haven't cleaned up this tiny amount of lava yet. Eventually I'll get rid of it. Only mildly annoying. Still too much water. Thankfully no. They are slowly chewing through it. That's good. I won't be needing the same more water here for a little while. We'll just be venting it into space for the excess materials. Oh god. Good. Temperature's 32 degrees. You know what? I want him going out in style, damn it. Keep that temperature lower. I'm gonna cycle the water. Just to reduce the temperature down. There's a lot of excess water right now, and I'd rather just send it. Where is Turner? All the way at the bottom. Sorry, Turner. Where are you? Here. Are you taking the lumber out? I mean, I appreciate it. $33 morale. One of my dupes, I swear. Yeah, he's actually helping get rid of the lumber, which is very rare to see my dupes deal with that. Where are you going next, buddy? I'm mostly interested to see what the new dupe actually will prioritize inside the base with just a default loadout on its priority list. Seems like tidying seems to be the only thing that he's really going to prioritize, even with other objectives being high. Oh, back to the wheel. Good. That's what I want to see. I know. I'm hungry. Pretty sure he's almost to level 2 in athletics, which will definitely help him out. He needs it really badly. Every other dupe zooms past him. They're practically teleporting at this point. Nyong. Come on, Turner. Go get some food. Oh. Sparkle Streaker boost. He has some speed now. Have some barbecue. And the bucket is currently ill in the toilet. You see the green eyes down there. It's like, oh no. Man down. Dupe down. That's funny. I almost feel like giving Turner a coffee mug. Only because we have so many. You know what? Yeah, screw it. I have a sneaking suspicion that we could actually use one. Where to put it though? Pedestal. We have one tile location. And that is it. You know what? Infaust, Bear, both of you guys can enter the rocket as well. You're not part of the crew team, but you can enter the rocket. Turner is currently coming out. No, no, no. Okay. Turner. No. You are not prepared for this. Or so you do not have the building skills required to go out there and do this. I know you want to be the one to do it, but we have dupes that are exceptionally good at building anything in this game. So please don't do that. I will provide you with an office mug though. Which one? I don't know. Chat, which one do you think? I'm pretty sure there's more off the screen. Come on, Oni. Come on. There we go. Oh, okay. So I think there's 35 there off screen. How many are actually there? There's 55 mugs. Oh my god. So many bugs. We've done so many space operations. Actually ridiculous at this point. By the power of the coffee mug. Bring it to me. I need to leave the steel in here, is it just in case? I would prefer not to have any materials in here, but I have a sneaky suspicion we'll need it. Wait a minute. Why are you expiring? Oh no, it stopped being refrigerated. That would explain the problem. I was really hoping the food would just stay that way so I wouldn't have to worry about it, but the temperature in the base is too high. It got too warm. Because you can pretty much chintz out until it gets too warm, and then you gotta actually refrigerate the dang thing. And I need to put that for carbon dioxide. Okay. Through. Which score is this giving? That's so funny. I think this is coming. Thanks, bud. And I should keep everything refrigerated again very shortly. Yep. Okay. I'll leave that in for now. That one, though, needs to be moved. Bring it back over here. The radiation taken care of. Okay, cool. So we can just put the plastic there. Pockets all filled. These ones are no longer needed. At least for the time being. Let them run itself. Ooh, larva eggs. Actually, weirdly enough, I think I could use the larva eggs here, or I could put them in Allen. You know what? You guys will be fine. Should be fine. Someone can have them. Really wish the pip would get out of there. Unironically, I'm pretty sure the pip can actually plant here. Just don't think that they will. Not without supervision. Okay. There's all that done. Temperature check for... Stop cycling the water now. I just need to fill the entire thing. I do wish the rocket receiver was actually interesting. Is you can actually put the automation broadcaster inside of here and it can still technically access space. It's a weird one. Red Silver Chum, welcome and thank you. It is 1,600 hours of work, and yeah, today is the first day we've ever had to use debug mode, so I did back up the save on my Google Drive and here or in Discord, so if anyone wishes to play this playthrough, but we're going to be finishing off the Rift today. But yeah. I wish the performance wasn't so bad. The hotfix in late February pretty much wrecked the entire save. And we've been going for 2 years now. Well, over 2 years on this single playthrough. I will be starting a new playthrough either Thursday or Saturday. So that'll be a thing. I think the next playthrough, though, I will be doing an edited portion of it for YouTube. I know that my subscribers here on Twitch wanted an unedited playthrough all the way through, so everyone could learn from my mistakes, and then I could show people that. But, I think the next one will be edited. Doing these massive unedited sections was rough. Also, Red Silver Chump, thank you for the follow, and welcome. But yeah, the base is... It's been a long time. It just sucks because I was really hoping that we'd be able to finish off all the achievements without needing to enter debug mode at any point, and then I could use debug specifically to get footage for the time lapse that I'll be doing for episode 175. but that was not the case. The last hotfix, I don't know what it did. It just destroyed the performance. It messed with the gas transmission, and that's really been the biggest lag. Like, it tanks the FPS. Started a colony on that labs option, and it turned everything sideways. Yes, so technically it's the April Fool's map / the specialty map that they made, and they've just kept it open. But the lab map itself is everything is sideways, and I believe that the pod is random. So at least for default, if you're doing I think lab is actually available as well in the DLC specifically, and that one does the same thing. But the pod is always in the same spot, even though it's technically a random spawn. Definitely makes it a lot more interesting when most of the buildings are sideways. As they're still rendered in correctly, they're just positioned sideways because the floor is now to the left in most cases. It's definitely a fun map to actually mess around in. Oh, yeah, the performance. They gotta fix it. They really do. I've been waiting a while. I've been poking at it and then trying to get it to work. Like, I normally stream Oxygen Not Included before the end of January of this year, after the hotfix kind of broke my save for the most part to what you're seeing right now. I was streaming it pretty much I would say every other night for the most part. Sometimes even every night. Just because I love Oxygen Not Included. Just that last hotfix just absolutely wrecked it. Even reverting back, it still gets the FPS issue from time to time. And it's just gases. The best advice I can give you, vacuum things. Infos. What? Why do you have a full bladder? Hold up. Because you don't actually need to put it in the floor tiles. Also remember, plastic gives a 50% movement speed. So there's no real reason to put it into the floor when you can put movement speed to get the dupes to each of these faster. And then also away from them faster. So you don't actually need to use the floor tiles ever. I really don't know why they gave the farm tiles, because unironically, the farm tiles themselves, especially the hydroponics, don't really make that much sense unless you're doing nuclear plants. And that's really about it, because you can actually just naturally plant them. Like here. Harvest mode. You don't actually need to do anything with the tile portions. They're actually more so a detriment because they slow down your actual dupes when they go between locations. And yes, pips will naturally plant. And just remember, pips plant top right to bottom left. And they go in strips. So if you're going to end up using pips if you have access to them, then you'll definitely want to remember that. Pips always plant top right, and then they go across, then they go down, then they go across, then they go down and go across. You can either have them plant alternatively, or you can have them plant in sets of 3. Just remember, natural plants take longer to grow than if they are properly set on up, but they take no resources, so they're free food. You can do this with every single plant in the game. Personal recommendation, if you're starting on you're doing the lab colony, mealwood natural planted with pips will carry you for a while, as well as most of the natural spawned resources. I would say find your sources of water first. That would be the best advice I can give you. Water is your oxygen, water is your food, water is everything. If you don't have water, your base dies. If you don't have dirt, your base dies, at least early. But yes, the pips will plant naturally every other tile if you wish to do arbor trees. The only issue with this is arbor trees can't grow. They'll only grow one side, but it does mean that you get more space per actual thing. So I would say only allow pips to plant arbor-trees one by one by one. And yeah, they definitely pissed themselves. I don't know why Infust pissed themselves. Didn't have them on any sort of high-end load. The bathroom is perfectly serviceable, and it physically can't back up. So I don't know how they messed that one up. I think they may have just gotten stuck in an intermediate order between working on the rocket and tending to the Dracos. Yeah, the only time that I would say use the farm tiles is for this. Also, one of the mushrooms on the bottom. All reed farm and a lot of mealwood. Usually not worried about food so far. Bristle blossoms, be careful about. Bristle blossoms, if they're not naturally planted, will consume an astronomical amount of water. That's the only thing you got to be careful with them. But everything else is perfectly fine. Mushrooms are great, by the way. The reason that you would normally use mushrooms with the tiles is... I think I did this for demonstrative purposes. If you're going to end up CO2ing it, so that way you can maintain the one tile requirement for the mushrooms, that's when you use the farm tiles. But that's really the only time. Also, you want to make sure that you keep them within a by 9 radius, specifically for automation later, because then you can just run auto sweepers in layers. So, 9 wide if you're playing on default. If you're running modded versions of auto sweepers, I have no idea what sizes you're going to deal with, but default wise, just make sure it's 9 wide. You'll be all good. Man, bristle blossoms is the only like, in all honesty, they're the only plant that I don't use for food. I use them specifically to remove water from the water planet. But yeah, it's 20 kilograms of water per cycle. It goes fast. Like, really, really fast. That's why I never normally plant them unless I'm using them specifically to drain this plant. Because, well, dealing with an ocean worth of resources, especially when this can form waves and actually push into buildings above it, it's definitely worthwhile to use bristle blossoms to clean up the water planet, because it's still going to take a long time to get rid of all the water. Even if you were to freeze it and then transport it elsewhere, it's so much. Well, it was nice while it lasted, while my FPS was good. After I debugged everything. Frame rate on my poor steam turbines. And yes, we do have a nuclear reactor in the core of my planet. We removed all the magma on the planet, and we used the neutronium for that. Yeah. I would normally only use that specifically to remove water. Or you can use thimbleweeds, because you can technically convert carbon dioxide into polluted water, and then dump the polluted water into thimbleweeds. It's a very, very effective way of getting rid of it. Obviously, if you have a polluted water vent, just hook this bad boy on up to a thimbleweed, and that will take care of the rest. And if you were going for the GMOK achievement, then you're going to want to mutate this thing anyway. So be prepared to do that. Now, I will say this, if you're playing in the DLC, I do recommend building a particle accelerator. They look like this. It's going to end up being 2 rad bolt generators. Unironically, you don't want to put them right here, even though this does result in the most rads per cycle. The main reason being is they need to technically collide with this corner edge, and it will create nuclear waste. I just turn them on for a second. But I would recommend building a particle accelerator as well as a nuclear reactor if you're playing the DLC at some point, and then making sure that you can pipe the amount of nuclear radiation material, aka nuclear waste, into a compression chamber and then just go with that. But you'll actually be generating nuclear fallout by hitting the corner edges of airflow tiles as well as metal tiles. If you really want to go for it, you can end up making something like I made, where you are capable of... Oh, I'll show you. This one's generating 1,800 rad bolts per cycle, and this one's generating 1,300 rad bolts per cycle. And it's the same on each other side at this point. But you can refuel a rocket almost immediately. And just remember, the more nuclear waste you get into this pile, the better off you are. Material-wise, let me pull up my liquids. I'm running naphtha. You need 200 kilograms. Technically, you need 40, but I always say do 200 because whenever you save load the game, liquids can sometimes try to self-delete. And you can also see the excess nuclear waste. We're putting solid nuclear waste here whenever we get it from bees. Whenever they die, they turn into solid frozen nuclear waste. We're using the temperature in here to warm it back on up and then reprocessing it into our nuclear waste chamber. And then we are also using the excess nuclear waste being generated by the rad bolt generators, as well as the extra rad bolts to fuel our rockets, and also transport nuclear waste to other planets to create refueling stations as well. So I really don't have to worry about any of my rockets anywhere. We can literally refuel it everywhere. The only issue is obviously getting the liquids where they need to be. But once you get everything going, it's pretty simple. Once I thought I was so smart making plastic out of a close to flashpoint petroleum in order to delete heat, I was wrong. Nuclear waste is one of the greatest heat deleters in the entire game. It's really dumb though. You will make nuclear rain. I am not kidding. But no, you're doing a pretty good job if you're already able to figure out how to make plastic from a close flashpoint from petroleum. That's pretty good, actually. Now, I will say this. In this playthrough, this is the first time I've ever had to do a phosphorus melter. So this was definitely a learning experience. The only issue I have, though, is to this day, is phosphorite / phosphorus is a pain-in-the-ass resource. So, for reference, phosphorite is now used in lab generation. So if you are working on any planet and you want to overclock your points of interest, so this is my metal planet, the new geotuner labs require it for gold. So you need refined phosphorus for actually overclocking any of your points of interest. And the problem with that, though, is if I come on over here, I'll just show you in a second. Go into our gas view. I use hydrogen as the medium, which is actually weirdly effective at this. But let me set this 7. We'll let the system run. So phosphorus, phosphorite melts pretty efficiently. But then once it turns into pure phosphorus, you start getting a problem. So we're both using our volcano's magma for our petroleum generator and our phosphorus generation. But the bigger issue is refined phosphorus, its melting point is 44 degrees. Phosphorite's melting point's around 200. But when it turns into phosphorus, to be able to convert it to a gas, you're looking at 280. So you have this weird temperature range where there's a point where it's staying a solid, then it turns instantaneously to a gas because it wishes to be a liquid because it just melted. But then you need to immediately flash freeze it into a liquid again and then back to a solid. The only issue with this setup, though, is you cannot run this thing indefinitely. Otherwise, it will just annihilate itself. The phosphorus will literally overheat the cooling loop, even with supercoolant. So it has to be done in sets. But this is the only real effective way of doing it, and I tried a smaller version and that kept exploding. So we had to eventually resolve to just maintaining a small little loop here, and we also had to expand this so that way the heating would be dissipated over distance. If you make this too small, it'll actually liquefy in the door, which you really don't want that happening. Because then you're just directly imparting about 800 degrees worth of temperature straight in until the door slams on it and deletes it. But I can pretty much run this thing, I think, like 5 times before it explodes, so I'm just like, yeah, we can just keep it going. Kid, welcome back. Long story short, Tencent got hacked. When they got hacked, they blamed Level Infinite because Level Infinite's financial information got leaked. Level Infinite started jettisoning companies, and Pixelsoft, which ran Chimera Land, was the one that got jettisoned alongside another 130 other game companies. Pixelsoft is inside of Singapore. They're still maintaining the Chinese server, but the global server was shut down because they lost the licensing to maintain it. That's the short answer of what the hell happened. Also, all of the files on the in the game are technically rippable because they removed the protections that they had before they closed the game. If you still have the game downloaded, you can literally grab all the files. The CN server, though, is apparently still being maintained, no problem, because they still have the license to maintain it, because it's technically being run out of Singapore rather than China. But Level Infinite literally shit on everyone's day with that one. Technically Tencent did it, but it's really just Level Infinite. They literally kicked the employees out of the building the day after they released the East Islands. Like, I'm not even joking. The team went in that weekend. They released one of the biggest updates they've ever done. They came in the next day, and they were thrown out of the building. Like, no warning, no nothing. It was just, get fucked. It was ridiculous. But yeah, that's what happened. And there's 2 kilograms worth of refined phosphorus. But yeah. The weirdness with this material is obviously it turns from... I get the exact numbers. Yeah. Melting point 243.9 from phosphorite. So the second it melts, it turns into a gas, which is technically just like actual gaseous phosphorus. And then it turns into a liquid and then solid. Oh yeah, no ethics whatsoever. That's expected. Yeah, it was crap. Like, what happened? And to be honest, I feel bad for the devs, in all honesty, because their publisher literally just shit on them. It's the same thing that actually happened with Latail a long time ago. Except for, in Latail's case, OG Planet, the original publishers for the English release, they actually stole the data, they got found out about it, they then deleted everything, and they ran. No word, no nothing. And the developer was just sitting there going, what just happened? And all the players were like, what? Like, the server shut down out of nowhere. The publisher literally ran off with all of their money from their contract and just disappeared. And the original developers were like, shit. And the only thing that they could do was find another publisher here in the West, so that way they could, you know, have someone translating it for them. And they've been footing the bill ever since. I'm not even kidding. Like, Latail probably has like a population of maybe 120 people, and the developers in Korea, the game is huge. Over here, it had like 40,000 people playing it until that happened, and then it's like most people don't even know the game's still alive, which sucks. But the developer has been maintaining and footing the bill themselves ever since, because they were like, we believe in our game, we believe that people liked it enough that we should continue it. So what they did was that they kept everyone's payment information that they originally had, and then used that to try to discern who was who, because all the character data was gone. So then they just reimbursed anyone that they could that was, that returned or heard about the news. And then what they did was they just relaunched the game. They launched it under Pay to Play, and then they obviously reimbursed everybody. And then they just sped everyone up here in the West. They were just like, okay, to get everyone back up to where you were, we're just going to speed along everything. We're going to rapidly advance everything and get you caught up to current content. And that's what they did. I don't know if Pixelsoft will do that with Commandland, but that's what Latal did. I mean, obviously, like, if you're a game developer and your publisher literally shits on you, it was bad. Yeah, Commandland was a game. It was very good. Like, that's the weird thing. It's an Ark-like clone that came out about 2 years before Palworld. And the overall gameplay was very fun. Stupid, jank as hell, but very fun. And it was stable. It was an Ark clone that was stable, and it used Chinese Wushu as the basis. So you had a lot of crazy attacks, lots of action. Like, it was a very good MMO. And only recently did it die because their publisher, which was Tencent, and obviously Level Infinite, which also runs Dark Tide and Tower Fantasy, they got hacked because of the recent Chinese, the Moab hack that happened. And when their financials got released, well, Level Infinite got blamed for it, even though it wasn't really, as far as we could tell, it wasn't really their fault. It's just because their financial information got released, Tencent blamed them. But Tencent's information also got released, as well as the Chinese government. So it wasn't just them, but they blamed them. So they just told them to start fucking packing it in, or they're all going to get fired. And then they just started immediately jettisoning companies that they were publishing for and threw them everywhere. Oh yeah, I was too. Yeah, I just rolled downhill. It was just, and it happened overnight. Like that, as I said, the developers, which is Pixelsoft, is based in Singapore. They launched the biggest expansion yet that they had for the Chinese server, and they were getting it prepared for the global release. But they launched it. The day later they went into the office, they were kicked out of the building, and they were told to fuck off. And it was like, wait, what? Because the funny thing about what happened with Chimeraland, at least for those that were interested or that were still playing, you could contact the support team to figure out what the fuck was going on, and they had turned off they turned off the anti-cheat, they turned off everything, and they literally turned off the tracking because they were literally kicked out of their office in China, and they went back. I know, the comedy of itself. But they went back to their studio in Singapore, and they had turned off all of the tracking. So you could just email the developers, and they were responding. They had somebody translating for them, but they would put it in I think it was Taiwanese, actually. It wasn't Mandarin, but they were putting it in, and then they had somebody actually actively translating the emails back, and then they informed the entire community that was playing the game of what happened. And it was just like, They literally just gave a giant fuck you to obviously Level Infinite for what they did, but they were just like, we can't maintain the game because we lost our rights to publish because they were the ones maintaining the rights to publish. So they are our publisher. We don't have the rights. Like, we would have to reapply with Steam and with the US government to be able to publish our game from Singapore to be able to maintain the game. And that is exactly where they were just like, we're fucked. Like, that is exactly what happened. It was just we are absolutely unequivocally fucked. And that's where they were like, we threw in the towel. That's it. There's nothing else we can do about it. They have done a bunch of events on the Chinese server. I know, it's really shit. But they started doing events on the Chinese server, and they opened up registration so people from the West can come play on the Chinese server. I'm probably not going to. Like, I appreciated the support. Like, they even helped me here on Twitch a little bit, because they were actually, providing stuff, because if you streamed it and they found out that it's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter what size of streamer you are. If you liked our game, here's a bunch of stuff to help you out and also help your communities out. And they were pretty chill about it. And I was like, yeah, no, it was good. It was definitely good. Like, the game was jank. I will say that. But it ran perfectly fine. It was just the actual combat was a little bit buggy with certain weapons, and then other weapons were just extremely good. And they didn't really do balance patches. They were just like, just make the gun have, like, make the weapon a bigger number, and then it will solve itself, which was fine. Like, it was perfectly fine. But yeah, the entire concept of the game was that, like, you had your primary pet and you had yourself, and your pet was completely autonomous. It had, it did technically have a leash around you, but the leash was, I'll be honest, like, Noble Serpent had like 400-meter radius of anything inside of that radius would just get annihilated. So it's like, okay, cool. So if you're just gonna go clearing the whole map of creatures and trying to capture whatever the heck you want to gain extra mutation body parts and all this other stuff, because body cultivation and Chinese wushu and et cetera, et cetera. It was just really fun and really stupid, but it was a really good fucking fun video game. Like, they sacrificed a lot of quality of life for the sheer aspect of making a fun game. Like, you could go to space and then fall into the sun, burn up, and then fall all the way back down to the planet. Was that necessary? No. Was it fun and stupid? Yes. Was it entertaining? Heck yes. But it's one of those things where it's like, yep, that happened. Yeah, it's just sad that freaking Level Infinite literally just shit all over it. And there's nothing that the developers could do. I remember I tripped to the sun, yeah. I remember Frey went on up to it, Freycore here on the channel. He sometimes pops in when I'm in Mike's Discord. But he went on up to the sun pretty early on, and he got way too close and just dead. Like, he just burned to death instantly. It's like, Frey, you're getting too close. That's way too dead. God damn it. But yeah, it was a good video game. Like, as I said, it was purely designed to do stupid things and have a lot of fun with it. I think cloud surfing, when they added West Isles, was still my favorite part. They added an entire continent area that's like, I would say it's almost the size of certain, like, probably like I would say an entire zone of like Zelda, and they just made it cloud surfing. You could engage your glide mode, because whenever you're running around on foot, you can actually fly around on foot as well. If you end up falling from a high enough point, you can actually glide. But if you ended up adding if you were actually gliding on the clouds area itself, you were just surfing the entire time at like Mach 3. So you could just skate around the entire continent area. It was way too much fun. I had a stream where we just that's all we did. Like, it was way too freaking cathartic and fun to do. We did beat them. Like, that was the thing. The level 100 boss, we did beat one of them. It was the one in space. The world boss group near the end, like before all this happened, they went ahead and were fighting it. I think I took down, let's see. I took down the one demon, and then we took down Drone and the Lightning King. And then the group that I was with, they went and fought the one in space and won. You don't get anything for it, though, sadly. But he is also weaker than the world bosses, weirdly. Like, he was level 100, but yeah. It was a weird one. Unironically, the celestial entity, like the celestial monsters in Chimera Land, were a lot harder than most of the other creatures. Even the world bosses, like, I think, like, Drune was pretty easy. The demon one, though, was a pain in the ass. The fact that he could teleport and clone himself was just like, why, God? There's 3 of him. Why? Like, it's so dumb. It was fun, but it was definitely like, get it off me. He's the size of a freaking freight train. Get him off me. Yeah. It is a fun game. It got absolutely destroyed by its publisher. And that's what sucked. Okay, all of our food's safe and ready to go. Oni is slightly more stabilized. Slightly. I think it's time we do send Turner, though. Let's get our principal and send him through. Hey, Plux, look. I'll take the swamp charge, though. Animal Lover, Kitchen Menace, building something like ranching. Bert, if you were in the early game, I would almost say yes. Kitchen Menace is actually pretty good, weirdly enough. It's because you get an extra +1 morale bonus. He can't cook, but he gets extra food bonus. So, that is actually a positive. Squeamish Green Thumb, the restaurant press. Yeah. He's a suit wearer with 7 athletics, so this is pretty good, but yeah. That wall doesn't break from the pressure change from the 2 different liquids in there for a second. It's because of if you're able to pump the liquids out, or you are operating on exactly a full pipe, a petroleum boiler can handle it. Yeah, I do too. I do too. Like, he invested so much time. Like, I almost finished my sigils, kid. Like, I almost had them done. Which was crazy. I mean, I streamed a lot of Chimera Land because it was so much fun. Oh, I see a poke shell. One moment. Move you over there. But yes, for the petroleum boiler specifically, though, the tile here can easily handle it because you're only dealing with 10 kilograms. And you'll notice that petroleum itself, the petroleum overflow is 1,000 kilograms, but petroleum itself does not stack to 1,000. It'll stack to around 800 and, yeah, see the overpressure? And then it kicks back down. This is why petroleum boilers don't really need a double. You can do a double, but you don't really need it. Because the average, yeah, see 405, 405, and then it's already pushing the 10 kilograms up. And then when that one happens, also the temperature is 403 on the settings, just as a heads up. Pipe material wise, aluminum over here, and then igneous rock up here. I normally do 4. However you feel may vary. Also, depending on how far, like how much space you have over here. If you have more room for radiant liquid pipe to actually disperse the heat, you don't need 4 here. But if you don't have that, then I would recommend 4. If you actually have to compress this even farther, then you'll probably need, I would say for every tile less on this side of the map, you probably need to add 2 more, 2 more insulated pipes. Which would then put your pipe here. But the math mostly checks out to about this range. Now, I will admit the entire system is completely automated, including the water generation. But it is not a completely full pipe. There's just not enough rigs at the moment. I do need to tap... Where is it? This one. I have 1 more oil reserve over here. Which is as far away from this as possible, which makes it really annoying. It's like, I also have this one over here, which I can technically put in its own little box. But the entire system is built around the water supply, so if the water supply runs down below this threshold, then it stops running. If it's above this threshold, then the whole system runs. So, this entire system is completely autonomous. And it's all built around 1 cool steam vent, which makes more than enough water for every single duplicate here, as well as the entire petroleum boiler. As well as all of my squeaky buffs. Because I have to have a maintained hot tub in every base. The only thing that I'm probably not going to be able to get done in this current playthrough. As I said, I will probably continue this after we finish this one, just off stream. And then if I can get this done, then it'll quote-unquote be the magnum opus of this patch. At least for me. Yeah, I think it's time we send him. We've got food, we've got everything. I almost want to stick a second suit there. Yeah, you know what? It's great. Deliver a second suit. I go make one real quick. Also, I could probably just turn off the particle accelerator and let it cool down. I don't really need to cool it down. I just like cooling it down. Because I do need to send some of my dupes in there from time to time to clean stuff up. Only a glow stick with a lead suit can survive in here, by the way, because the, yeah. 18,000 reds recycled on each tile. Thankfully, everything else is safe because radiation only counts from the feet. So down here is safe. Weirdly enough. But this one is, yeah. Like, my dupe can actually stand right here and be perfectly safe. But the second they step onto either of these primary tiles, and it's just like, oh, crap. Be glad you're wearing a radiation suit, dupe. Otherwise, you would have died. Up the priority on that. Let's go make an extra suit just in case. Because I'm going to be honest, I have a sneaking suspicion the game is going to crash for me. So I will be saving before we send it. Actually, we have plenty of extra suits. Just take 3 more from Cobalt. Ugh. Oni, your performance is starting to show. It's starting to die out even harder. Oh, god dang it. Let's see. How's everything looking? Yeah, still too much polluted oxygen and polluted water hanging around. I need to clean it all up. Keep getting off gases that are causing the lag. I'm just glad that we fixed the autosave. Autosave, before we did debug at the beginning of the stream, it was taking about 4 minutes to autosave. Like, roughly. I'm glad that we fixed that. It's still not great. But at least it's better than that. I'll take what I can get at this point. Probably need to repurpose the petroleum back into the petroleum pipe from the excess that we're making. How's it doing? Fine. Pretty sure for the most part we've cleaned up all the excess random gases. Is below. And that should be fine. I'll just keep cycling the water until it all warms up properly. I still have to irradiate a nosh bean. I don't want to do it. I really don't. How is the radiator doing? Zoom out here. It's holding up well. I still need to switch out the radiator's coolant from petroleum to supercoolant. Like a future endeavor kind of thing. Yeah, the iron, well, I should say the refined metal radiator pretty much covers the entire planet. Mostly because it's needed. And because I can't exactly expose solid chunks of liquid refined metal. At least to the open air. Some areas I do, but it's so little that it doesn't cause a problem. But all of it had to be mostly encased in insulation the whole way. At least until the actual area. But that also means that the entire power grid, all areas, is zoom out again. And the entire heavy watt power grid had to go all the way around it. Because it's all insulation, so you can't exactly build through it. And putting heavy watt conductive wire over a junction plate would result in immediate heating and possibly melting of the base. So, yeah. Not exactly a fun solution, but one that was definitely worth it. And in the fact that I think, what, 90% of the base is gold at this point? I'm gonna full zoom out here. Ah, it's so beautiful. So much gold. So much gold and cobalt. Oh, man. Is the mini air pump? Oh yeah, no, that's fine. It's the issue is getting this much transportable material, because remember, you can use a bridge, and the bridge will not transfer temperature as long as it's not touching this tile or this tile. So the items, when they cross a bridge, do not count as, like, the thermal conductivity of the item crossing the bridge does not apply. So you can bridge over things, which is very useful, is you will not have any temperature. And as you can see, we used mini gas pumps already, and we also transfer the items through there. So the only real way to effectively do it is to bridge across everything to safety. So if you did not know that, that is a thing. Also, do not accidentally put a bridge in a hot room and then have the output on the other side, because that will result in temperature transfer. That's actually what we were cleaning up earlier. I had 2 of them in here. So if you have a bridge that's connected from here to here, the temperature transfer will occur on the bridge line, and the output for the, well, it'll occur on the input and the output, and then the temperature will transfer over your insulated pipe. You can actually use that technique and mechanic to melt tungsten, which is a thing. It's actually one of the weird things that was done a long time ago, because getting insulation and tungsten, there were certain maps that you could not find tungsten in it. So you couldn't technically make thermium. So the way that people did it was they were able to make insulation, because you can make infinite insulation. If you melt the insulation, the reed fiber and other materials that went into it get turned into tungsten. So that is a thing. But yeah, that's actually one of the techniques that you can, if you go back and look at old bases for generating tungsten, that was the thing that could be done. But that was only back before tungsten was renewable, because tungsten volcanoes didn't exist. They were in the dev files, but they weren't actually there. Kind of the same issue that we actually have with, seeing we have to debug now, you know. We're almost cycle 3000. Screw it, I can just do this. Where is it? Pause real quick. Should be, not petroleum. It was... Where is it? Air synthesis gas. Where is it? Propane. We still don't have propane in. It's in the files. It has its thermal conductivity values. It doesn't actually naturally exist. And there's no way to produce it. So, that is a thing. Same with mercury, actually. So, you can't make mercury. You can't make propane. I don't know what synthesis is. It's been in these files. It's been in the game files for a very long time. You could spawn it in with dev tools, but I have no idea what it is. So, there is that. But it's been there for a long time. Propane has been in the game for... Actually, I think it's been in since launch. I think about it. It's a deep blue gas, which you'll never see it in any base because it can't be naturally generated. And, yeah. It's a weird one, that's for sure. Let's see. Also, as a side note, liquid sulfur geysers, if you ever find one, protect it at all costs. They are one of the most useful geysers in the entire game. It's actually kind of ridiculous how good these things are. I'm actually still waiting for them to nerf them, to be honest. Like, it's actually ridiculous how strong liquid sulfur geysers are. I'm still sad that this playthrough only had one. Just as a note for whenever I do playthroughs here on the channel and for YouTube, and this is also for the YouTube guys, I do not pick seeds. I randomize them completely. The only thing I do look for is I look for most of the time modifiers specifically to the kind of playthrough that I want to do, because again, these playthroughs take a very long period of time to do, so it's one of those. I like to look for modifiers for map seeds and that are either relatively beneficial or make the actual playthrough a little bit more interesting. And the main thing is I will always random pick. I do not cherry pick these things. So I know that there is an actual map seed generator out there. I've looked at it and I was like, that's really cool. I would love to do a playthrough on a map that had, like, I think there was one map seed that had 9 sulfur geysers on it back when they were first added. And I was like, that would have been a cool map. It really would have. I just wouldn't have done it because it wouldn't have been part of the random pick that I normally do. So, yeah. But I do know that there is at least one out there that has 9. I doubt I will ever get a chance to play on it because of how I do it here on the channel, but yeah. It's one of those things where, like, 9 sulfur geysers would have been absolutely bonkers. That's so much water, that's so much mud, that's so much food, and that's so much energy. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Like, I cannot believe that these things just have no cooldown period. Like, that's the thing that makes them nuts. Just they output so much sulfur, they output it consistently and constantly, and their cooldown period is non-existent. So you just constantly get food. You constantly get water, food, and dirt. Because you turn sulfur into food, and then it also gets processed by your Sweetles and your grubs, and then it turns into mud, and then that makes up the 90% of your water supply. It's ridiculous. Right now I'm using this one to cool down the flipped asteroid that we're currently living on. This was all magma, and we just mostly poked a hole in it, and eventually we reached the liquid sulfur geyser after it had been buried in here for, oh god, almost 2,000 cycles. And when we finally cleared it open and just popped it open, we just let it cool down the entire area ambiently. Because this is actually all safe to run in here. As a note for anyone that is new to Oxygen Not Included, your Atmos suits that your dupes wear can survive up to exactly 1099.9 C. If it goes over that by 0.1 degree, then they start getting burnt in the suit. If it is below that, they will not get burnt. So, that's all you have to get it down to. Once you hit that point, you are safe to go in here. And do remember, it is based off of what the feet tile, not the head tile. Bam. There's only... Yeah, this tile they couldn't stand on. This would burn them. They can stand here, though. But they can't... If I dug this out, they couldn't stand on this one. And also wouldn't be able to touch that. But everywhere else would be safe. It's still weird how that works. But that is the threshold. I think it's time that we send him. Let me go check on Turner's stats real quick. I just want to see if he gained at least 1 point. And of course, he's all the way at the bottom. Game. Why you do me like this? Skill level 2. Yep, he gained a level. He's at 20% in the suit. I appreciate it. Good job, Dupe. Did you gain any skill points? You did. You know what? You're getting an extra suit point so you can remove the penalty. There we go. Athletics 4. Run speed 40%. Okay, Turner. Let me check your caloric intake before we do this. Okay, you're all good. Ladder's good. 40 morale. You're juiced to hell. We're all good to go. Okay, buddy. Let me drop a save before we do anything, so in case the game crashes again, we'll be fine. Just gonna put R for Rift. Yeah. I am super worried this is gonna crash. Main reason being is as noted with the hotfix issues that we were having and with the performance of the base in its current state after said hotfix. I did try last month multiple times in a copy of this world to launch the planned satellite rocket. Every one of those attempts crashed the game. Running a minimalist rocket also crashed the game. So we're running something even smaller. So, I'm gonna hope this actually doesn't crash. I don't have that much faith in it, but we're gonna find out. He has enough food, he has enough oxygen, he's got everything else nice and set on up. We have the extra suit in case, well, before we get to the rift, I am gonna put him in the other suit. 100. Where are you? There. I'm happy he's reached level 4 in athletics, so he can actually, with the suit penalty removal. So he is actually capable of walking around in a suit now. He defrosted just a couple days ago, and he's already ready to go. Again, launch sequence. Off he goes. Good luck, Turner. Where you're going, you will not be able to come back. So you're going to the rift. .8 cycles and he'll be there. Also, I need to change the priorities, I'm pretty sure. Oh, market tree's already kept. And you know what? Nah, he's good. He's good. Nice clean 26 centigrade in there. Situated. Alternate. This is your rocket now. I also would not recommend standing there. I would recommend standing in the middle. That's because the minor radiation. There's not that much I can do to stop it from being a problem. I really wish that they would adjust the heat generation on light bulbs, but no. 500 DTU for a very simplistic light bulb is still rough. Not actually getting the lit workspace bonus. I know he's in a suit. Like, wonder if they changed that. Yeah. 941,000 radioactive contaminant. Yeah, it's kind of expected. Anything else that we need to micromanage before we wait? Besides the polluted water blobs from hell. Still need to finish this leak farm at some point. I mean, it's already overkill for that planet, but we were going to be using it for making resin. Okay, here's hoping once we hit the rift, it will not crash. There's the boost. 5.2 cycles. 2950. Might be 2951 or right at night period. One of the two. We're so close. We're so close to having it done. Just sucks that I had to go into debug for it. I really didn't want to. Really no. Also, I'm going to disable this. Probably turn off the petroleum generator for a little bit. Not exactly needed at the moment. We even made a dent. Well, kind of. We got rid of 5 kilograms per tile. That's something, I guess. There's a lot of material in space right now. Still need to go back to the water world and actually land some people here and get things going. Sadly, both of our rovers are down. I still can't believe we had a quantum tunneling suit. That's still the weirdest bug I've ever experienced in Auction Not Included history. Out of playing since launch, having a suit teleport through a rocket door and appear on another planet, only for the duplicant to run through said door, not appear on the planet, but grab the suit through the door and then pull it out, and thus explore a planet. That is still the weirdest bug I've ever experienced. Like, how in the God's green earth did you pull that off, Dupe? Like, oh, but the suit fell through. Okay, but how did your hand go through solid neutronium? Explain. I demand an answer. Like, what the heck? It literally pooped out right there. And then he grabbed the suit, and I'm just like, I have no idea. That was a thing. That's how we explored the water world by accident. Like, I was minding my own business, and the sound, like, the audio pinged off, and I was like, you've discovered a planet. I'm like, how? What? There's no rocket missions. And it's just, oh, wait, what the heck? And there's just a suit sitting there. And then the suit disappears, and I see my dupe pick it up from the rocket. Like, it literally was reached into this door, and then pulled out came right back out carrying a suit. And I'm like, how? What in the... How? How did you do this? I've had teleporting dupes. I've had lots of resources phase through walls. I've had gases go into places that they shouldn't be. I've had things teleport magma moving places it shouldn't be. I've had things like pets and other creatures going through walls, floors, liquids that make no sense. And I'm like, yeah, no, we had a frozen volcano. It still didn't freak me out as much as a quantum tunneling dupe. Uranium with rad bolts and destroy them. Yeah, you can. It's, yeah. Though the rad bolt thing was also a little bit weird because if you go onto YouTube and find this, I mean, I have the entire series recorded, unedited from start to finish so far. But the nuclear reactor, let me zoom out so I don't blow everyone's ears. Neutronium, for a very long time, was actually working not as a blocker, but as a multiplier. So, the weird thing about nuclear radiation in this game with neutronium was, it states radiation blocking 100. This was not true for the longest time, and they only fixed it, I would say, in July last year? So what was happening was the first layer was a blocker. The second layer, if there was another tile of neutronium touching it, it was a multiplier, because it was actually double negative for some reason. So what would happen is radiation would touch this first one, and it's about 7,000, and then you would hover over this neutronium, and you would see it as 14,000. And if there was more neutronium, say down here, you would get this weird zebra pattern going on because every other neutronium tile was multiplying the radiation that was going through the blocked neutronium tile. So you end up getting this weird zebra pattern all the way across all of your neutronium. And then on this side, I was having a beam of energy of radiation that was going almost up to here. And it was just, I couldn't send a dupe through those. Hence why we plasticized the hell out of it until the devs finally fixed it. Because, yeah, neutronium is supposed to be a blocker. It is not. At least it wasn't for a very long time. And it was actually really disturbing because the second I built this and was like, okay, let's try on the nuclear reactor. Let's do it in a test world first. And I did it on stream, and we just had like a 30,000 freaking rad bolt just go right on up the base. And I was like, what? So none of my dupes could go through here at all. So I had to redirect them through here for a while until we were able to plasticize the entire area. So this entire zone was plasticized. Now, obviously, it's been fixed, so we ended up doing the rest. I mean, that's pretty much what it was. The second the nuclear reactor turned on, I was just like, oh god, green laser! Like, dupes, don't touch. Don't even go near that. It's also why the nuclear reactor is set on a timer system. So this is actually a weight and timer-based system. So the amount of mass that can go in the nuclear reactor is weight limited. So, as you can see, we only put in about 2,000 kilograms. Well, I should say 2 kilograms specifically, about 2,000 grams. It is completely weight controlled. It's also timer controlled. And the amount of mass can only go over a certain amount. If it is below 2.1 kilograms, then the whole system will shut down, so the nuclear reactor cannot overload itself. So the entire system is completely autonomous and requires 0 duplicate input, and also we don't have to worry about it exploding. It's also pressure controlled because of this, so it will never, it doesn't break over any real, no. I think the highest we've ever had it was 22 kilograms of steam in the area, and then the system kicked in and I didn't have to worry about it. Now, before the system, we almost had it explode. Like twice, because on save load, this thing has a nasty habit of overfilling. So, thankfully, it's been fixed. I think that bug is mostly removed. You don't need as much automation as I have here in the playthrough to be able to keep it from doing that. Because I can technically set this thing all the way up to 20 kilograms and just let the nuclear reactor just go ham if I really wanted to. But it is definitely not needed. This also expands how much nuclear material we actually have, because the bees are constantly processing raw uranium that we're getting from space anyway. So as long as you have radioactive clouds, you can get more uranium ore, which means you can continuously run your nuclear reactor forever. Yep. I do love the bees. Now, I will admit, the nuclear bees are very, very annoying. I really wish the devs would address the elephant in the room. So, the bees are aggressive. Like, they will always be aggressive, at least for now. I'm still hoping that the devs add a beekeeper perk for the dupes. But, for those that don't know, the bees, when your dupes are in a suit, are supposed to be passive. If your dupe is in a suit, they're pretty much in a bee suit, thus meaning that the bees will not attack them. The problem is, every time you save and load the game, there is a random number generator roll in the background. And it will roll through all of your dupes, and if it rolls a high enough number, the bees will be aggressive no matter what. They could be in a suit, they could be out of a suit, they could be in a lead suit, they could be in a jet suit. If that thing rolls high enough, they are now on the bees' kill list. Meaning that if your dupe walks in the room, all of your bees will die. Your dupe is going to get hurt, but if they're in the suit, it's not going to do actually that much. You get hit, I think it's like 30 bee stings, and then your dupe gets incapacitated. It's something stupid. But your entire bee colony will get wiped for like 4 cycles. and it's terrible. And the devs put this thing in because they were like, well, if your dupes are in suits, then bees are too easy to work with. And it's like, technically, yes. But if you make it so that way, the beekeeper that I have running around picking up uranium all the time and bringing them uranium to feed them is now the target when I saved and loaded the game, and there's no indicator that they are, and they go in that room, all of my bees will die instantly. And if I load the game again, it'll be a different dupe. If I load it again, it'll be a different dupe. So the best way you can do this is if you're going to go for a long play session, when you save and load the game, let your dupes go near a bee, like the smaller bee sets like this. Like have these little mini chambers here, and then keep your primary ones down here in a different area. And if they get aggroed, and the bees try to kill them, and then kill themselves on your dupes, just lock the door. Do not let that dupe, that very specific dupe, go through this door. Very simple, very basic. You'll only lose a couple bees. You don't lose the whole entire hive. It is super annoying, though. They really, I hate to say it, but I'm like, they need to remove that mechanic. It's just, it doesn't really do anything unless you're saving and loading the game a lot. If you're saving and loading the game a lot, it's going to make everything an absolute chaos when working with betas. If you're not saving and loading, then you know immediately who is currently marked and who isn't, and you just keep them away from the beta. So it doesn't really do its intended effect. All it does is just annoy the heck out of it. I still don't know why they did it. Because it's like, if you've reached the stage of suits, and you're working in these cold environments, and you're working with the bees, there should be ways to befriend them to be not dangerous. Personally, I just think that they need to add a beekeeping perk to dupes, so you can end up getting a dupe from the printer that is just a beekeeper. It's like +1 to husbandry, and it makes it so the bees are always passive. That way you don't even have to think about it. And it's like, yep, that guy just lives in the beehive. Problem solved. I don't think it'll be Critter Rancher 3. Like that's what I mean when talking about it. I feel like it should, if they want to keep the difficulty in the way that they did, which is just pure chaos in this case, it should just be a trait on a dupe that you want to look for. That is if you want to work with betas. Personally, I say work with betas because betas are, they're centrifuges. They're amazing. They make all of your nuclear material. They are your best friends. They are almost infinite. They're also an infinite food source. Because this requires no resource or upkeep. And if you end up planting these naturally, they automatically pump out a stupid amount of hydrogen and make food. So, yeah. I'm glad that they also fixed the betas with this. For those that don't know, in the original testing for the betas as well as the Saturn critter traps, the betas would actually attack the Saturn critter traps. I did not know that they actually fixed that a long time ago, so for a long time I was always under the impression that you didn't want to use Saturn critter traps near betas, but they apparently fixed that a long time ago after the devs realized that that was that was even an extra layer of difficulty that was not needed, which is very true. But yeah, these things output so much hydrogen. Like I have 620 freaking 8.3 kilograms of hydrogen in there. So dumb. It's so much fuel. Let's see. Animal lovers, suit wear, iron gut, doctoring, hiding, taste buds, interior decorator, plant murderer, research, mole hands, chubby dresser. We'll just take the water. I'm gonna take the water. Cola. Yeah, you get so much hydrogen out of those things, it's ridiculous. If you have betas, rush to be able to actually work with them. They're way too good. I just wish there was a way to befriend them effectively. You know, without the RNG-ness of everything. And that's my only gripe that I have with them at this point. They're not consistent, which makes them annoying. Because obviously, you can automate the process of delivering the uranium, you can automate the process of picking up the uranium, but you can't automate the process of having to go in and scoop it out of the hive. The dupe has to do that. Also, so much tungsten. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Roger that, Red Silver. You have a good one. Let's see. Before you go, let's see how far we are. He's 3.8 cycles away from reaching the rift. Soon. Oh, soon. Yeah. You have a good one. Feel free to ask any other questions on Oni if you need it. I do my best to be streaming here every day, for the most part. Technical issues notwithstanding, Mother Nature as well. Getting hit with the storm yesterday was ass. Well, technically 2 days ago now, but still. Like, oh yes, I wish to stream on Monday. Oh, there's a storm coming through. Wonderful. How bad is it? Oh, there's a tornado like 60 miles south of you. Oh, great. And then there goes the power. And then it comes back on, and then it goes again. And then it goes back on, and then it goes again. Dang. I mean, stuff happens. Add the radiation right now. Okay. I need Kyo to get in there, and I need to clean up the entire thing. Where's Kyo right now? Here. Alright. They have their suit on. Okay. And you definitely have to put them in a suit. They came out of that with 30 rads after entering an 18,000 rad tile. Yep, we are good. Re-deliver the suit. That will still leak, but the temperature difference should start falling pretty rapidly. Yeah, 18, almost 19,000 rads. Walked away unscathed. I love radiation suits. They're so nice in this game. Only needed for that very specific thing to go in and deal with, or go into a nuclear reactor and deal with, but should always be your glow stick dupe. That resistance is no joke. Very, very strong. Hopefully I could get the game to be a little bit more performance. Oh man. There's still some reduction. Now it's that. Got it. Take that up. Any other Pluton oxygen, maybe? Go to gases. Oh, there's a tiny little bit of outgassing. Small little bits, but they all add up to create more frame rate lag. Really annoying. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely one of those My game continues to be played, it starts to perform worse and worse. Also need... Did forget... Ore gate. You to you. And... And I also need to switch this to a not gate. There we go. Dips. That way we can burn through the petroleum and create some polluted water without having to worry about it. And just reprocess the polluted water and not have to think about it. Come on, Thee. Get over here and help me. I only have a couple days before the rift is impacted. I would at least like you guys to have a functioning water supply that is based off of petroleum or something anything else. It ain't great, but it's at least usable. Come on, buddy. He's so close. There we go. Okay, that should just be completely automated. If the tank is full, then the petroleum generator will run. If the battery is empty, the petroleum generator will run. If either of these is true, then the petroleum generator will run. If both are not, then it won't. Just waiting on the autosave. I will eventually need to set up a CO2 catcher, probably over here in the corner. And that'll be for future me to worry about. Water is more important. Thankfully, yeah, we should be able to get through it all without having to worry about it too much. I forget, do we have any oxygen tanks laying around? We already popped those open. Unless they're buried somewhere. Yeah, no clue. I could always just send water over if needed. Pretty sure we have a lot of extra water at the moment. Or not. Actually running low. No, it was just emptying its system. Okay, never mind. It was dumping. What the? Oh no, the ethanol. I left it too long. No, no. Gotta run the whole system and keep it going. Clean up all the extra ethanol laying around. Oh, that one's gonna pop off. Oh, it might. It's getting pretty close. Yep. Too hot for its container. Just slightly too hot. I'll be happy when I can expand this room. That's really what I want to do, is add more ethanol distillers and then add more vents so that way I can just clean the entire thing up. And then we can just delete all the wood by turning it into fuel. We have a lot of lumber. It's kind of just a byproduct at this point. Oh, what? Okay, that was weird. Why are some of my trees missing? Weird, but okay. have to replant that at some point. Yeah, well. 2 trees isn't gonna stop me. It's gonna annoy me. That's what that is. .3 cycles. He's almost there. Oh man. Alright, Turner. I know you're not having a good time, but you'll be fine. Might need to swap his seat. Nah. We can do it later. Actually, no. Let's see. Nope. Nope. He actually needs the other suit just because of the radiation poisoning situation. Would put that on, please, when you get a second. Are you catching your breath? Yep. I knew the other suit was gonna die on us soon. It was bound to happen. There you go. Really have no other options to do exactly what I'm telling you to do, bud. That and piloting. About it. That should be a little bit better. Hey, he gained a skill. Wait. I heard the ding. He's improving. Our defrosted dupe is improving. .1. Oh, he's so close. Oh, and he passed out. Oh, man. I will admit, this is going to be a monster of a recording. I hope the YouTube guys are going to be happy for that. And then the fun part begins with the next episode being a time lapse of everything and every planet simultaneously. Ugh. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. It's gonna be painful though. I think the worst part is you can see the difference between the beginning of this episode till now and the performance as it slowly dies from mixed gases. Like, it's way too obvious. Like, obviously, the episode is going to be huge, so I have no idea how many people actually get through it. What? I think people are going to figure out real quick what the certain situation is. Oops, missed it. There we go. God, frame rate. The frame rate. I think the worst part is if I click this button, there really isn't actually that much of a speed up. Like, sure, the dupes are teleporting, but I think their operational capacity is going into the toilet. Rename that real quick. A little bit more camera view. There we go. Actually, we need even more because I can't fit the whole basin view. It is a little bit faster. It's just the processing is toast. Oh my goodness, the frame rate's just in the toilet when you do this. If only this was viable. This would make this a lot better. We're so close to hitting the rift. I just want to finish this off. Ugh. Been an honor working with all these dupes. Working with chat. Just in general. I'm very happy with the overall turn of events. Obviously not breaking my base, but everything else has been good. How's the metal layout? I'll wait for it to load. Ah. It's like a beautiful circuit board. I'm not gonna lie, that's really freaking pretty. Oh. An organically built, fully functioning, super sustainable base. I think the only thing that makes me a little bit sad is I didn't get around to finishing off the left-hand side, well, the bottom left-hand corner, and the bees. I really wanted the bees to have the bottom of the map next to the nuclear reactor. I wanted to do that on stream, but it's going to take so long to cool down that water and get it out of there. I could vent it to space, but it would take roughly about the same amount of time. Which is insane, but it is what it is. Man, this hurts me. It's even running it like I never run at triple speed anymore, but it's like, oh man, it's only a tiny bit faster. Processing so little right now. Oh, it's just such a nice looking base. I have so little filtration medium left. There's like 6 tiles. Most of it is man-made. Yep. That was also man-made. Liquefiables. It's all space materials, all of which are contained or man-made. Gases are all over the place. What I can do about on that one. Yeah, liquids are contained. The purple is abyssalite. The blue, white is diamond. The rest of that, I don't know. Yeah, that's diamond. And that's sulfur. Okay. Some material. .2 cycles. Turner, how old are you going to be when you get launched? 4,289 cycles now. 2.2. So 4,291 cycles old. He's been in that cryo chamber for over 1,000 over us. Soon he'll be done. His 4,000 year cycles. God. Technically cycles are days, but still. 4,200 days waiting in a cryo tube for us to rescue him. Only for us to build an entire base around him. Oh, the game is chugging so hard now. Barely hanging in there. Oh man, that's petroleum. I probably should vacuum seal this dang thing. That way we don't have it leaking its temperatures out. It is mostly contained, though. Yeah, I might need to make those corner edges vacuums. That way we don't have any temperature transfer going out the sides. I'll put it on the maybe category. Ugh, I just want to get the rift tonight. I'll be happy when we're finished. So close. Autosave is not making this any better. God, the chug. Come on, Oni, you gotta live a little longer. $2,950. Oh. What, 1 cycle away? 1.8. I wish I could boost him further. Screw it, triple speed. Go! It's not going any faster. Dang it. I do love the fact that you can see the little printing pod right in the middle. I really should have another water tank somewhere. Let's see what we get. Cooking, narcoleptic, burn resistant. Pretty good. Pacifist, building impairments. Not bad. RPG building doctoring, gourmet, new. Sorry, Steve. Okay, pump that into the system. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's just lagging. Oh, the issue. The game can barely hold it right now. It makes sense. We've been going for so long that it's like... Finally, I can get an aerial view of my entire base, and it's so beautiful. 2,950 cycles, and it's like... Yep. Yep. I couldn't get this view without turning on debug mode. Oh, it's so annoying. I know I feel like a broken record on that front, but it's like, man, Clyde, just give me a spectator camera. Like, just make it so I don't need the debug for it, so it doesn't screw up the achievement. Just give me the camera to get this far out in each of the planets and just let me see my colony. the day-to-day operations, the full, like, fully automatic automation. The complete operational capacity of my entire base all at once. It's just so nice to look at. That's locked behind debug mode to be able to get this far away. That's what sucks. We had to debug to try to improve frame rates. It worked for about 2 hours. And then now that some of the gases have returned, it started causing even more lag than... Well, it actually was about the same. It's slightly better than what it was before. Only because we cleared out so much stuff. We just voided it all. Obviously, when I use debug, I just delete. It's like I don't want to add anything to the base. I want to do my best to just clear away the garbage and hope that it fixes the frame rate issue, which it did for, again, about 2 hours. Sucks though, because I've exhausted my patience on that one. Like, you know, we're almost at cycle 3000. There's a point where it's like, I want to see the base far back. I want to be able to do all this other stuff, and the frame rate has died because the last hotfix destroyed the freaking optimization. It's so nice just being able to look at this thing. Even in that's really terrible frame ratiness. It's just a very, very, very nice computer chip. What about the other planets? Like in this view? Impressive, but not as impressive as the other base. Let's check P talent. Yep, industrial through and through. Very crude because, well, we really didn't do that much on that one. Obviously one of the more piece de resistance kind of things. That's so cool. I love my radiator. You can just see the radiation coils just down there. It really does turn out really well. Squad here. Pure gold. I needed all the materials. Kind of expected. So close to being an almost perfect circuit board set. Uh-oh. Yep, go to the bathroom, bud. He catches his breath and gets food in him. At this point, he should not take off his suit no matter what. I think I could get him to charge up his suit once, maybe. You know what? You get one. Alright, you need to put the suit in. Or pass out. Turner, need to get up, buddy. He's taking his sweet time. And make sure his schedule's set for two sleep schedules. That's all he needs. Now it is 2. Buddy, get up. That also works. Using lit workspace to speed him up just by 15%. It does actually help considerably. By 1 cycles. Come on. And done. Where is he? Turner. Here. Okay. Now Treasure's literally all set for this. One cycle to go. The pips watch all. It's more so they're just observing. So close to being done. Literally a sliver away from getting the rift completed. Okay, we've almost cleared up all the petroleum. Almost. A little bit longer and we've got it. Yeah, we've out for this one. There we go. How close is he? .7. Turner, can you go faster? Please. Oh man, I just want to be done. I want you from the cryopod to get in that goddamn rift. He almost has another skill point. Almost. .6. Come on, Turner. You can do it. Come on. Immediately. Bathroom. Food. That works. And how is there CO2 out there? Are we leaking? Mild confusion. It's like, wait, why is that not a vacuum out there? Ow, is that not a vacuum out there? I am very concerned and confused. I assume it's because of the sensor, but... that's super weird. I have no idea. I just have CO2 outside. that's mildly concerning. So close. Come on. Come on, game. Stay with me. Just don't crash. That's all I ask. Please don't be like the duplicate save of this game. Do not crash like 11 times. Please. Just let my dupe through. Come on. Gotta save his chugging really badly. There we go. Zero 0.2. Seconds. $50. 40. 30. 20. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can we do anything, Turner? Good luck. You are. Just hoping it doesn't crash. Crossing fingers. Turner, I wish you luck. Once again. Please don't hang. He's a chugging. Come on. Yes. Imperative achieved. The Great Escape. Proceed. This has taken an ungodly amount of time. I'm so happy we finally got this one done. We've always viewed the temporal tear as a phenomenon to fear, but like the civilizations before us, the call to adventure asks us to confront our anxiety and leap into the unknown. As a radical action of hope, we've sent enough duplicates through the temporal tear to start another colony, explore dimensions beyond ours, and plant the seeds of life throughout time and space. There we go. Now, if only I didn't have to debug to get camera, as well as to try to at least get the game playable to a point where we could actually even complete this. I'll try it again. Whenever we get a fix, I will try it with the backup save. Well, backups saves. Because I have multiples. Yeah, the fact that I couldn't even get the game to properly load without doing a bunch of tweaks just to make it so it's playable was rough. No, I am happy about that. We're not going to do Cosmic Archaeology, probably. At least not on stream. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to be a pain in the ass. It'll be doable in the next playthrough, for sure. But I will take that. Let's see this thing before we call it a night. If it will load. God, I don't think it's going to load. I think she's toast. Well, I gave it a try. Oh, wait. Oh, it's trying so hard. It really is. And yes, I will be making an actual time lapse. Oh my god. No. I will make one. This is fine. I will fix it myself. Oh man. Let's get a good view of the base here. Yeah. 2 years. 174 episodes. Oh, soon to be 175. Because 175 will be the time lapse. I think. We made so much progress in this game. We really did. I'm super happy about it. Chat, I am content for tonight. 100%. I'm not happy about how the performance went to crap. But I'm happy with what we've been able to achieve in this playthrough. And yeah. This one, I will start the uploading process when I wake up. I might do it on Thursday. I might do it tomorrow when I actually get up. Technically today. But yeah, 175 is definitely going to be the time-lapse episode. I'll pick out some extra not included music that we've got, and I'm going to piecemeal all of the planet's progress all together. So I'll be using all previous saves, and I'm going to time-lapse bits and pieces of each of them into one giant thing. I don't know how long it's going to be. I have a sneaking suspicion it might be 10 minutes. Maybe 15. It might actually be longer because I will need to show all the plants as they grow. But, yeah. I'm happy it's over. I'm happy we got through this one. This was a fun as hell playthrough. I can't wait for the next one. I really can't. And drop a save. One final save here. And it feels good. That feels good hitting that. But yeah. I hope everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or evening. whatever time zone that you're in. And yeah, I think I'm going to call it there.